back at 6:30 for open session. Okay, we're going to go ahead and return from closed session. We do not have a report out tonight. Mr. Critchfield, do we have any deletions or corrections to the agenda?
We do not.
Okay, please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, we have presentations and recognitions. Tonight we have the Amador County Assessor's Annual Report with Mr. Rooney.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Jim Rooney, Amador County Assessor. Thank you, Jared, for giving me that reminder today, by the way. This is Jeff Himmelman. He's the Assistant Assessor, and Jeff comes with me to these things because sometimes he has data that I don't have and can answer certain questions. But anyway, over the past year, I'd like to come to each jurisdiction, each council, each board, at least once a year to give them an idea of how the county's growing, assessment-wise, and residence-wise. And just to let you know right off the bat, last year, the assessments in Amador County went up about 4.1%. And Calaveras, I think, went up 4.9, and El Dorado about the same. So we're kind of right in the same growth pattern as our neighboring counties. In the county, the largest growing area was Plymouth. They grew nearly 10% in assessment. And after Plymouth, let's see, after Plymouth, Ione was next. Ione's substantially larger than Plymouth. Ione is nearly 11% of the county, whereas Plymouth's about 3%, Jackson's 4%. Jackson grew at about 4.2%, and Sutter Creek at 3.35%. The unincorporated area of the county was about 3.7%. So it's kind of a steady growth, and that's probably attributed to Prop 13, which doesn't allow things to go up, doesn't allow assessments to go up very fast, not more than 2%. But when times get bad, things don't drop too fast, which is helpful. But we came across some very interesting information this year that I did share in an email, and I don't know if everybody has that, Jared. They don't? Okay. Well, we keep track, our office keeps tracks of a lot of physical data in the county, such as number of homes. Not only do we have the number of homes in the county, we have the number of bedrooms in every home, number of bathrooms, size of the home, quality of the home. We can be very intrusive. We try not to be, but we are, because that's what we're charged to do. And the information that we found rather interesting, I'm going to refer to this sheet right here. I don't know if you have it. But
What's the title on it? Is it the residential comparison?
Okay, it's number of residences by city and county.
Okay.
And last year, the number of residences in the county went up about 2%. And in the different areas, Ione went up 2.63%, Plymouth 6.9%. And in the unincorporated areas, it went up 1%. But in the county last year, there were 141 new homes in the whole county. Ione had 53 of those homes, Plymouth had 27. And, I want to put this in perspective. Jeff and I went to a meeting, and Sacramento County said between Excelsior Road and Sunrise Boulevard, over the next few years, they have plans for 100,000 new homes. And I'm coming here to tell you, last year, Amador County had 141. Ione 53. And that's a very modest growth. And I'm not here to tell you that's bad or it's good. I'm just telling you that's what it is. But there's a more interesting number that we have for you, and that is we keep track of primary residences. A primary residence is something that each homeowner can establish on their home. They get one in the state of California, and they can designate one of their homes as the residence that they're in most of the time that they use. It's their primary dwelling. Some people have 2 homes. You can only have it on 1 home in the state. So in the county, we're keeping track of the number of residences that are people's primary home. And for the past 6 years, that number's been going down. There are less primary residences in this county now than there were in 2019. And there's probably a number of reasons for that, but it's an indication of the growth patterns in our county. I went to Sutter Creek the other night, and the fire chief got up and said he went to a house the other night and asked if people were there, and they said, no, these people just bought that home and they come up on weekends. And Sutter Creek's a little bit different than some of the other areas. But in the county last year, there were, about 140 less primary residences than the year before. So I just wanted, this is just something we saw that we thought we'd share with you. It's, you know, I was talking with Jeff, a primary residence is established by, you fill out this exemption form. It's a homeowner's exemption, and it gives you a deduction on your taxes. It reduces your assessment $7,000. That's $70 savings on your taxes. It's not very much. That homeowner's exemption was $7,000 about 30 years ago when the average house price was $35,000. That was a 20% decrease in your assessed value. That meant something. It doesn't mean much as it did back then, but now that homeowner's exemption is very important to have for people if they want to pass their property from a parent to a child or from a child to a parent. If they don't have that, they're going to be reassessed. So it's a very important thing to have, but fewer people are declaring homes in Amador County as their primary residence. So while assessment values are climbing in a steady way, the number of residences isn't really, there's really not much, if any, growth at all. So anyway, that's the information we have for you. If you have any questions or concerns, you can ask us now. And I tell people, if you have questions, you can call the office too with them. If questions or concerns, call and ask for me. If you have problems, ask for Jeff.
Got it.
It's just better that way. So anyway, are any questions, problems?
Anybody have
concerns?
any questions or comments for these guys?
What is the perceived growth over the next couple of years? Do you have any of that data?
Well,
New subdivisions that might be going in?
there's not a whole lot. Jeff, you were dealing with Ione a little bit.
There's not any new ones that I'm aware of, but Wildflower has some room to grow. You might see if you go to Ione, there's some lots that are all ready to be built on, and then also Zinfandel Ridge. There's a few. They're not fully built out in the first phase there yet.
So, yeah, this probably doesn't change anything with your finances here. You guys are on basic aid.
Well, no, we're not basic aid. So essentially what that means is in the formula for what portion of property taxes go to education, it works out to be a lower dollar amount than what the state formula calls for. So we receive those property taxes and then the state makes up the difference. And so it informs us on that, because if we were ever to get to a point where that exceeded the state formula, then we would be basic aid and then we would get to keep the excess. It doesn't appear like that's going to happen anytime soon. We're about, what, $12 or $13 million short of property taxes in that the state then brings in to complete our local control funding formula. But I think more importantly right now, it helps inform us and anticipate student growth and enrollment, right? If we're seeing fewer primary residences in the county, then that it's not a big leap to see that our enrollment has kind of stagnated over the last couple of years anyway. And we're not seeing a big drop either, but we're not seeing increases. And so then, you know, we we then can, like you said, be intrusive. We have maps where we can see where all of our students live, and so then we can anticipate, with Wildflower, how many homes are left, roughly how many students that will generate. And then Zinfandel Ridge has been an area that has generated, I think, no more than 2 students in the entire school district, just because of the size of the home and the clientele that it's trying to cater to. It has not been conducive to families with children at home. But knowing that, right, helps us anticipate enrollment moving forward. So this is always super helpful to get this yearly update from you so we can just see what's going on in the county. So,
I always get that basic aid thing backwards. I think every year I get it.
well, basic aid sounds like it's not a good thing, right? And so it essentially just means you're not receiving any state aid in the local control funding formula because your property taxes are covering. But that's a Monterey Peninsula and other areas of the state that their property taxes exceed what the formula calls for, and we're nowhere near that.
Well, the idea of us coming here is to give you information that might be
Yeah.
helpful. So,
No, it's very helpful.
yeah, all right. Thanks, and maybe we'll see you next year.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we're going to move on to employee organizations. We have ACTA. I don't see Ms. Jensen here. And then I also don't see CSEA with Mr. Baird. So we will go ahead and move on. I don't think we have any public comments on non-agenda items. Okay, so we'll go on to consent. Does anybody have any questions or comments on consent?
I have one question on number 7, donations. I was just curious as to what that donation was for. It just seems to be an arbitrary amount of $32.40.
So it looks like this was just a general donation to the district. It looks like what happened was they had paid for developer fees that were intended for the district as a part of basically anytime someone gets a permit, we get a portion of those fees, basically it's the developer fee portion. With that, they ended up not developing, and so they actually just donated the funds to the district.
Okay.
And normally we would refund that money. So that's why we have the thank you letter and considering it a donation.
Yeah, I just thought it was an odd dollar amount.
It is, yeah.
No explanation, I figured I'd ask.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
A question regarding item, forgive me, number's sake here, 2D, the attendance calendar. And forgive me because I just am not familiar with seeing a calendar in this particular format. But is it correct that both this and the county calendar is for most students, this does not remotely reflect extended school year or other special use cases? This is just standard student calendar for most students, not everybody.
That's correct. This is basically the 180 general student calendar.
Okay.
And it's also divided in months in a particular way because this is how we do our attendance reporting. So we
Correct.
have attendance months and the attendance calendar has to be approved. So then in our student information system, when we accumulate our attendance data, it gets accumulated by attendance months. And so that's where those date ranges don't always match calendar months for attendance months.
Okay, does this also make it clear to somebody, because it's not clear to me, how this makes sure we're in compliance with number of instructional minutes and all those other sorts of legalities or?
Yeah, that's not the intent for this
Not the
particular
intent.
calendar. Yeah, this one's
Okay.
more so just for attendance and attendance reporting.
So all the early release stuff, all that stuff, that's just an FYI, it's not.
Yeah,
More-
there's
more side
there's
notes.
spreadsheets that
That do-
Ed Services Department figures out that get submitted every year to show
Okay.
with our 180 school days how we meet all of the instructional minutes requirements based on grade level.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Shane?
The, on number 4, the human resources, kind of a general question. How does it look as far as open positions for the upcoming year? are we close, or are we going to have issues where we're going to start out with subs or some other plan?
We will have some subs for some positions, but we're faring fairly well. We've actually, one in particular that I can point out here, we had a retirement or an individual that parted service with us at the high school. We posted the position. We were quite concerned since it's an English position requiring that English credential. I'm very pleased that we were able to find someone. So we've been very fortunate with some of the positions that we have open, but there's a high level of certainty that we will have at least one or more positions that are either on temporary STIPs or PIPs that we'll make the board aware of as we get closer to the start of the year. We're still actively recruiting to try to make sure we get everything filled.
On that, when we were looking at trying to fill positions in place of the contract positions, where are we at? Are we having any success on recruitments for that?
We've had some really good success with that.
Okay.
Yeah, we've had some really good success. We're actually we're in the final stages of trying to get one of our final positions at one of our campuses with someone who will be new to the Amador County Office of Ed, but not new to us. And then we've had some other core positions that we've been able to fill that we're pretty excited about. I'm with Superintendent Critchfield and the board support. We'll hopefully be able to bring something to you in a future meeting to share what we're looking at as far as our staffing and how things have fared, especially in light of the opportunity that we created.
Okay, good. Last question, that CIF rep designation, does that mean that Mr. Cagle is like rep one, or how does that work?
No, you have to designate with your high schools, and so no matter how many high schools you have, each high school has an administrator and athletic director that needs to be
So it's
assigned.
split between the two?
Yeah, and so you have Mr. Cagle and Mr. Klingon for Amador, and then you have Mr. DeWalt and Mr. Gilliam for Argonaut. So the order doesn't matter, but it's what gives our schools voting rights within the CIF for when things come to a vote for either leagues or schools. The board has to approve this form every year.
Yeah, I was just curious. Thank you.
No problem.
James?
I had a question about the 6A surplus transportation. I see transportation is I don't know, I guess donating or sending a van to the recycle yard. My question was, is that standard, or like would we get more donating it to whomever versus the recycle yard, or is this normally what we do? And do we have more to do it with?
So from my understanding, it's because of the engine fire. I believe it just made the vehicle unusable. So that's why they're taking it where it is.
Oh, it caught on. Oh, okay, I see that now. Engine fire. Got it. They're used for pest management, right?
It's also a van from 1981.
I mean, that was a good year. It's a great year.
Okay. Any other questions or comments before we would just need a motion for consent?
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
Second?
Okay, the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move on. We don't have any communications. So we're gonna move on to our action items. 14.1, the fiscal health risk assessment with Mr. Norton.
Heard. Thank you, board. Tonight, we have the fiscal health risk assessment conducted by FICMAT, and we are lucky enough to have FICMAT here, who is walking up to the lectern here. We have Rosalind and Carolyn from FICMAT, and I'll just go ahead and let you guys take it over. We actually have a clicker here for you, too, so I can get.
Evening. As Robert said, my name is Rosalind Manansala-Smith. I'm a FICMAT intervention specialist, and we have today with us, I think you have your mic there. There we go.
And I'm Carolyn Benno. I'm one of the chief analysts at FICMAT.
And first, want to thank you guys for having us here at your board meeting. Also want to thank the staff, especially the administration, for collaborating and working very cooperatively with us. We are here tonight to present to you what we call the fiscal health risk analysis. And we went ahead and did this analysis based on the fact that the district came in with 3 consecutive qualified certifications. That third one back in 24-25 at second interim back in March. And so that automatically triggers FCMAT to come in and do this report. It's at no cost to the district. It's part of the work that we do at FCMAT, which I'll go into a little bit tonight. So again, thank you for having us tonight. So we'll spend about 20 minutes just going through a little bit of background of who we are, Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team. And then we'll talk a little bit, give you a little background about what the tool is. I believe you have the report in front of you. And we did one for both the district and the county office side as well. Okay, so we'll go into that a little bit. Then we'll go into some of the observations we had. I do want to call out that while we gather over 100 documents, and again, thank you to the staff, I know it's never a good time to come to districts. I mean, they're getting more and more on their plates daily, and I get that. We both came from districts, we both came from county offices, and we understand that their capacity is pretty maxed out. So fully appreciate the extra work it takes. This is almost like an audit, but it's not a full-on audit. We don't go in depth, and we don't actually give official recommendations. We're here to give an assessment of the district's fiscal risk of insolvency, okay? So we'll go into some of the observations we had, and then we'll give you the results that we had for the district, and then just give some suggestions for some next steps on how to move forward for Amador, okay? So the Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team was created by the California legislature back in 1991, really to help LEAs avoid fiscal insolvency. And when I say fiscal insolvency, it means similar to bankruptcy, but different because we're state agencies, right? And so really when a district or county office goes fiscally insolvent, it means you cannot make payroll, right? And that's huge. Over 80% of most school district budgets are paying people because we're a people industry, right? We provide services to kids through people. And so we're here to help avoid that. Back in 91, a school district kind of went bankrupt, and then the legislatures created us, an independent external agency, to help avoid that for other school districts. Public education is a right to all students, and so we want to make sure we can provide that. One of the most effective ways to avoid fiscal instability and insolvency is to have well-informed and trained leadership, both at the board level and at the administration level as well. And that's one of our key roles now for the state. We provide management assistance. We come in when there's fiscal crisis, and I do want to clarify, we're not here for a fiscal crisis. We're here because the district is in what we call fiscal distress. Okay, and we'll go into that a little bit later. So fiscal oversight. So AB 1200 is landmark legislation that came about in 1991 that really strengthened the fiscal oversight of schools. It provides for various forms of intervention, different layers of intervention, and this is one of those layers that it is. We've switched from being reactionary to now becoming more preventative. We want to avoid fiscal insolvency. It's not good for kids. It's not good for the community, right? And so so we do have different layers of intervention, okay? And depending on where you're at, FCMAT has different roles within that, okay? But the main typical layers of fiscal oversight are first in this room. It is the governing board and your administration that have that fiduciary responsibility. Technically, by code, it is the board. It is the elected board, the members here, that are fully responsible, right, for your fiscal solvency. But you don't do it alone. You need your administration, right, your administrators to come. You need them to bring you their expertise, the most accurate and current data that you need to make informed decisions. So it's teamwork. But at the end of the day, it is the board that's fully responsible for that, for staying fiscally solvent. And we understand that there is a relationship there, though, with having a good administration to provide you the information you need to make good decisions moving forward. So typically, because you guys are a single district, single county, it's slightly different. Typically, the first layer sits here, right? And in your case, it sits here. Second layer would be your county office of education. You guys are also your county office of education. So in this case, then, as you know, then your fiscal oversight agency is actually technically the state superintendent of public schools or the California Department of Education, right? So in place of the county office, that is your second layer, all right? So remember that, again, the failure for school districts to implement any budget solutions when you're in fiscal distress may result in fiscal insolvency and the loss of local control. And that is something, again, not good for kids, not good for the community, and not good for the board as well. So keeping that in mind as we move forward. So again, the FICMAT FHRA tool, which is the Fiscal Health Risk Analysis, that's part of this AB 1200 fiscal oversight process. It's one of the steps. And really what we do is we come in and do an assessment of your fiscal risk of becoming insolvent. Okay, we're not giving you recommendations of telling you here's what we think is best for your kids. You guys still are maintaining local control. We're here to give you here's what your risk level is for you to consider. In 1819, under that State Budget Act, it required us to come in. Again, another tool to help us keep districts out of fiscal insolvency. So we're here tonight because one of those, on all of those bullets, you guys met the one for the 3 consecutive qualified certifications during your interim reports, okay? So it's a good thing. That means that your administration is watching the budget closely and giving warning signs to you saying, hey, we may not make it in that 3rd year out. Remember, in order to have an approvable budget, you need to demonstrate that you're not only meeting your reserves, like, right, you have enough in your savings account for the current year, but you have to have it for 2 years out. Okay, so whenever we're looking at a budget, and whenever they're looking at a budget, and whenever the state's looking at the budget, they're looking at the 3 years, okay? Gives you time to plan, right, and to be able to anticipate, right, some of those potential changes. So a little bit on the tool, okay? Using indicators that FICMAT has identified over 20 years, this tool was developed, and those indicators are kind of the indicators in 20 key areas in which FICMAT has determined if a district is weak in those areas, their risk for becoming insolvent grows, right? And that's based on the work that we've done with the districts that have kind of gone, I'm going to say quote unquote bankrupt, even though it's technically not the term, but that have gone insolvent and had to get a state loan, okay? So it has a checklist of over 100 questions. It's we score that on a scale of 100 or higher, right? And the higher the district's risk, the higher your score is. So the goal is to try to get as many yeses and bring that score down to bring your level of risk lower. The best practice, we test to the best practice, and that's kind of embedded in the question. If we're asking if a district does A, B, and C, that means that's best practice. And so just keep that in mind as you're reviewing, and we'll go over some of the sections, and you can see, okay, well, this is what best practice is, and then there's what the district is doing. So we do answer it based on, are they following best practice? Again, because you guys are a single county, single district, the tool was originally designed to review school districts with county office ed oversight. So we ask that you keep in mind then that you go ahead and just replace the county office oversight activities with the CDE, right? It all still applies to the school district, just have a different oversight agency, as you guys are aware. All right. So again, we are here because that second interim report back in 2024 triggered us to come in. It was the 3rd certification of qualified status. So it's gonna feel a little backwards. We're going kind of back in time because we had to stop and say, okay, we're looking at 25 second interim. We know you guys have approved a budget since. We know you guys have made some changes and implemented some good measures in, but we have to stop at that 25 second interim report. So numbers may look a little different to you than what maybe you were provided back in June, but just want to give you that. It's by code that's designed, and we have to just stop and take a moment of time and look at that, okay? So we came and we interviewed most of the staff in 2 days that we needed to speak with, mainly business folks. We spoke to actually most of your administrators here to kind of get a sense. We go deep enough to answer the questions, but not super deep where we can, again, where we're equipped to give you recommendations. We can speak to what's happening statewide, but specifically for Amador, we were limited in the time and the scope that we were here to provide. Again, appreciate the work that the district did. May and June, one of the worst times to have to come into a district, and we worked very closely with them in order to make that work out, and that's why we're here in July instead of June. We wanted you guys to be able to focus on your LCAP and getting your budget passed, and allow the staff to give you a good budget. We don't want to clog that very busy time even more so. So at the end of the day, though, we want to remind you here, we're not here to assign blame or identify fault, but really to highlight areas of concern that we found that will hopefully help you guys guide your course in getting to a better place fiscally, okay? We cannot write all the great things you guys are doing. You guys would have a really big report. I will say that, because you guys are doing a lot of great things. You guys have a lot of challenges ahead of you, just like a lot of our school districts do, but we saw a lot of great things happening as well. So I want to make sure you understand that we have to focus on your systems and processes. We're not blaming any one person or department or the board, but we're looking at processes that might need improvement that will generally help you get to a more fiscally stable place, okay? So again, we're not speaking to all the things you did well. So if you hear me say that tonight, that's because I can't put it in the report, but I can at least share it with you verbally. Okay, so here's some of our observations that we found in the time that we were here. So as you're aware, the district has been deficit spending recently, meaning that you guys are spending more money than you're receiving in that current year, right? So it's kind of like your checking account, right? If you're spending more money than you're getting in, you're pulling from your savings, and that's deficit spending at a school district level, right? And eventually, if you pull too much from your savings, you have to replenish it, right? It depletes, okay? So what we saw is that, within the past 3 years, we're projecting $1 million deficit back in 24-25 at your second interim. Now that number may have changed. But what we saw contributing to that were the things you can see here on the screen. So one, some delays in implementation of some cost-saving measures. Okay, and we're seeing this throughout the state, so you guys aren't alone necessarily in this first one, which is staffing reductions tied to the expiration of the COVID dollars, right? We understand that statewide, we saw this huge infusion of dollars that came in, the most we've ever seen in the state, right, of state and federal dollars to help, right, with the global pandemic, COVID that was happening. But we're still seeing the need for kids, and so we were seeing districts struggle with covering those positions that came in during COVID and letting them go. The same thing that we're seeing here, right? There was a delay in those reductions for those funding, meaning you have a lot of positions that were maybe funded by those one-time dollars. Those expired. Now those positions are being paid from the unrestricted general fund, okay? The other that we saw a delay in was stalled district consolidation plans. I know you guys have that on your agenda tonight for discussion, but again, that was stalled, and so that's leading to some of this deficit spending. Also, we saw unanticipated excess claims liability, right, from your self-insured healthcare model, right? Again, I think the funding of that probably came from your fund balance and your reserves, right? You weren't anticipating that cost, and that kind of ate up a little bit of that. Another thing that we're seeing statewide is the rising special education cost. Specifically here at the district, we saw those rising contractor costs. I know you guys were asking about personnel. It's really hard statewide to get those positions filled, specifically special ed as well, right? Very difficult throughout the state to get those positions filled, and it's just more expensive typically it's more expensive when you're dealing with contractors, right? So we saw that here. And then also to you guys, you guys have been experiencing a decline in your enrollment since 22-23. Not huge, but there's still a decline, which does impact your revenue. So your risk score is automatically high because you guys were triggered. So it didn't even matter whatever your score was going to be in our report. It would have automatically been high because we had to come in, remember, for the three qualified certifications. But your score actually supported that with 49, just under 50%. Now, I know that some of you are newer to the board, and I know, I don't know if anyone was here in 2019, but FICMAT was here back in 2019. And so compared to that score, your score actually increased. It was just under 40 back in 2019. For your reference, we did include a comparison of the results from 2019 to now. And there are some areas where the district improved, and there's some areas where the district continues to need more improvement. All right? And that's in Appendix A, you can find that there. So these are the key areas of fiscal concern. These had the highest scores in your report. And I put the section numbers in here so that if you ever wanted to go back and reference that, and also for the admin, just to kind of see where they landed. And you can find like their answers. Remember, the more yeses you have, the better your score is. The more no's you have, the higher your score will be. So these areas were persistent concerns back from 2019. We understand that the district was probably working towards improving those. And then you've got this COVID pandemic that happened, and then you have to shift, right? To kind of, and that was unprecedented, right? We've never experienced that. So the school district shifted to deal with COVID. So these areas still kind of continued. Now, remember, part of this tool, we weigh these areas differently, and some of these weigh heavier. The first one is a collective bargaining agreements. That one weighs a little heavier because, again, we're a people industry. 80% of your budget plus goes to paying people, right? And so some of the areas of improvement for the district that we found were, one, when they do pre-settlement analysis. We recommend that they include the multi-year impacts of any tentative agreements that they're working through with your bargaining groups on the district's budget. So knowing, okay, if we offer this, this is how it's going to impact our general fund and our multi-year projections. And then also to including, how are you going to fund that agreement? And/or are you going to make any do you have to make any budget adjustments to afford it, right? Unfortunately, our resources are dwindling and our needs, right, to pay our folks aren't. Right? So there's a balance, right, that we have to find at school districts. And I know coming from a district that was qualified, we always had to find a balance. I tried not to say no, but I said, what do we need to give up in order to give, right? Because I understood we want to keep our teachers. They're important. They are the way we get our work done. And so having that information for you guys so that you can make good decisions, informed decisions, is super important. The district, because again, you guys are qualified, that does require you guys by code to provide your analysis, public disclosure to your oversight agency 10 days prior to it coming to board for action, right? To take action on an agreement. So you have to provide them 10 working days to be able to review and at least comment on what action that the board might be taking on any collective bargaining agreement. Okay, I know that we read in some of the oversight letters from CDE that they did note that wasn't done in the most recent 2 years, right? Again, so that's a government code where it does require, because you're a public agency, that you disclose what agreements you have made with your collective bargaining groups at a public meeting. So essentially for school districts, most of you guys do that at a board meeting. So the district had previously adhered to that practice, but we hadn't seen it happen within the last 2 years based on the review that we did. So we do recommend, again, just getting back to that practice consistently. And what that means is that they're providing a disclosure to the board and to the public, showing that multi-year impact of the agreement, the cost of the agreement, and how they're going to afford it. Okay, so that's something, an easy kind of fix that you can do to reduce that risk. And it puts that information in front of you so that you can feel confident about the decisions you guys are making with the admin. So the other pieces in here the sections that we see are leadership and stability. That one weighs pretty heavily too. We do understand that there has been some instability within the cabinet within the last few years. And we know that from all the 5 cabinet members, most of them were appointed within 2023 and 2024, so fairly new. The nice thing I will say, though, is that the internal transitions of both the superintendent and the interim CBO at the time that we were here at, in field work, you guys were able to maintain some level of stability. When you have a cabinet that's all brand new, that's really tough. But being able to have two key positions as a superintendent and CBO, having transitioned from within and having that institutional knowledge, I think really helped create some stability here for you guys. So I do commend the decisions that you guys made on that to keep that at least consistent for the district. I think that really helped you guys. In addition to that, we've got some key areas I think that you guys can improve on budget development and monitoring. Now, I do say working with your staff during the interviews and just seeing the work, very, very mindful folks in your business office and in your other departments. It's just tough sometimes when you've got all that transition of new leaders, but within that, your business department seems pretty solid. They're very aware of internal controls within the county office and the district and kind of trying to keep them separate, but kind of keeping a good checks and balances. You don't always see that at single district and single counties. So we do want to commend that work there, and the staff, they work really hard to make sure that they're keeping that nice separation and check and balance. But then again, there's always still room for improvement. So we do recommend that the district start to present some of their budgets with more of the supporting assumptions that they're using. Give that to you guys so that you're aware, here's the amount of staffing that we're using based on the projected enrollment, right? Just a couple of bullet points for you guys to know and understand, here is what our budget it was based upon. These are the assumptions that we use to build the budget. Because remember, a budget's never going to be 100% accurate, right? It's created with the best information and the most accurate information they have at the time, kind of like a meteorologist. They're doing their best to present something they have when they don't have all the information necessarily, right? The other thing is to maybe formalize your budget calendar and formalize your budget a little bit more, your budget development process. You guys have a pretty good process. There's a lot of emails that go from the business to each department, but we say creating a formal process, everybody knows this is my part in the budget that I need to contribute to, and here's a deadline that they need it by, right? And then everybody is aware, and you're aware, okay, this is how our budget's being developed. Just a nice, clean calendar. The other thing is creating what we call like a standard operating procedures, and I know they're starting to work on this, for grants and restricted funds. Sometimes money isn't necessarily free, right, for grants. Sometimes the district has to do matching dollars to support the program. So like you may get, for every dollar, you have to match it with another dollar. And so we suggest, again, making a formal process to evaluate each grant, to say, okay, is this something that we can afford? And is this a program that we want to put our resources to if it requires a matching fund, right? And making sure you're looking at that and saying, okay, can we afford that over the lifespan of that grant or your restricted dollars, okay? And then lastly on that piece, prioritizing the use of those grants and restricted funds, those can be some great things, right? But making sure that you're spending those dollars first before you spend your unrestricted dollars. And then lastly, once you've got a good solid budget development, then it's keeping that budget monitoring going, right? So improving, continuing to monitor that budget and ensure that that budget is aligned to your actuals frequently. When a district is in fiscal distress, we actually recommend that you do that a little bit more frequently. When I was at a qualified district, I was doing that at minimum monthly, making sure, okay, what budget is potentially going to be over, right? If we overspent in one area, then we need to make an adjustment somewhere else. But you have to look at that more frequently when you're in fiscal distress. And especially keeping an eye on those restricted and your grant funding. So we talked about your deficit spending and the observations that we saw that kind of lead to that. And so just one of the reminders on deficit spending is, again, that lowers your fund balance and your reserve amounts, right? Because that money has to come from somewhere to cover that deficit, okay? And reminder then, some of those key factors that have been lowering your fund balances and reserves are important to watch, because then you have to start watching your cash management. Okay, remember, it's when a district doesn't have enough cash is when they go fiscally insolvent. Okay, and you want to make sure you can make payroll. So one of the things that we saw with cash management was the risk that you have with some of the future debt obligations related to your certificates of participation, that bridge loan financing that you guys have. So the district had opened or took out a COP to fund, or it was gonna be funded out of the unrestricted general fund, right? From the savings that you would realize from your district consolidation plan a few years ago. All right, so payments from the COP would be coming from the unrestricted general fund. And then, so now, without any savings to offset that, it can further reduce your fund balances and your reserves, and it may, down the line, impact cash. So those were some of the concerns that we saw there when you think about how these all relate. Okay? But again, I do want to stress, you're not in fiscal crisis yet. You guys are what we call in fiscal distress. And we define that as short-term budgetary difficulties that can be solved with aggressive budget balancing actions, and many options still exist for a turnaround, right? And so I like to bring this chart that our CEO has brought around the state, where it compares the characteristics between districts that can make a good turnaround and those that require more severe measures. So I feel like from our analysis that we've done here at Amador, that the district is actually more on the left side of that chart there. Okay? You guys have recognized that you have a problem. One of the key signs that we know of that is that you have 3 qualified certification at your budgets, meaning the administration is saying, hey, we may not make it in those 2 years out, and we're letting you know. They're using that exactly how it was built. It's an early warning system. Start to make those tough decisions, right? And they're not easy. I fully understand that concept, right? So one, they recognize that they have a problem and they're not masking it. We saw all of your documentation from the past 2 to 3 years, and the problem's not being masked. They're being very transparent about what's happening here. Also looking like they're taking advantage of financial expertise. They're working with the financial advisors, right, to help them understand what's the best way to move forward. They're also, again, from what we saw from the documentation and interviews, we also interviewed and worked with the California Department of Ed, and they are working collaboratively with your oversight agency, which is another good sign, being very transparent about that. And again, working towards solutions. So we recommend you stay there because you guys look like you can, it's not going to be easy, but definitely you're showing the characteristics that you need to have in order to have a turnaround. You definitely want to stay off to don't even think about, but try to not get to that right side there. And I won't even read those because I think you guys are in that place where you can make a good turnaround. So as part of that fiscal oversight, right, in response to what's been happening and the challenges that you guys have been facing, your oversight agency, the state, CDE, required you guys to submit a board-approved fiscal stabilization plan back in March with your second interim budget. You guys did that. And we did review it and worked with the district to kind of see where you guys were with implementing it. And you can see there that obviously you guys know because you guys have been making those decisions along the way, but you guys are making some good headway, right? So you're phasing out your self-insured health insurance model. You guys did implement some staffing adjustments. And then you're also pursuing some operational efficiencies like the zero-based budgeting approach, and then I know you're also looking at ways to more efficiently monitor that budget more frequently, right? So those are things that we're seeing, which are all good things towards the right direction. So next and last we have for you just some next steps that, again, we're not making official recommendations, but these are our suggestions for you guys to help you kind of come out of this trajectory that you're on. So one, continue to implement your board-approved fiscal stabilization plan, and update that plan as needed. And again, work closely with the California Department of Ed, right, as you're doing that, as you're making changes, and work closely with them. I'm sure they'll probably check in with you. I came from a county office, and whenever we had a district in fiscal distress like this, we definitely would check in on them, make sure you're implementing the pieces that you need to. Again, it's what's best for kids. Having FCMAT come in with the state administrator and you guys losing your local authority is not good for kids, and it is super expensive. So we definitely recommend staying on that. Tough decisions might have to be made, will probably have to be made, so just keep that in mind as you're doing that. But again, it's what's better for kids. You guys keeping your local control is what's better for kids than having a state administrator come in. Also, continue those efforts, again, to phase out your district's self-insured health model. And then also, I know you guys have it as a discussion item in your meeting tonight, but if you guys just deciding on whether and how to proceed with your approved consolidation plan, okay? We have no recommendation either way, just our suggestion is, again, just make that decision and move forward that, so maybe you can start to see some of those savings, however you guys decide to move in that direction. And then lastly, we hope you can use, especially the administrators can use the FHRA and some of the results to just prioritize and address those key areas that we talked about for improvement, okay? You guys they're doing great work here, but again, those key areas, just some improvements there. Some of that might have happened because of transition, right? That naturally happens when you lose some of that institutional knowledge. But again, hoping you can use that report to just help you guys get in a better trajectory towards fiscal solvency. Okay, so that's what we have for you tonight. We'll pause there and just see if you have any questions. I know it's a lot. It is a long report. If you do end up, when you do, definitely, if you read this summary, tonight's presentation was just kind of a shorter version of that, but it kind of gives you a sense of where we're at, and then you can see the sections that we covered in there and the specific questions that we asked.
Okay, thank you guys for the presentation. I'm just gonna go on the line and see if we have questions or comments. Peter?
Not to oversimplify, and I do deeply appreciate your help, and it is comforting to know that the state provided the funding so that it's not costing us to get your help. Thank you, thank you, thank you. According to the appendix that you referenced, we scored 6% on the personnel issue. That was one of the highest issues or problems that we have. Is it an implied recommendation that we need to reduce staff or at least be more efficient with our staffing, or no, you're not going that far?
We're not going that far. The reason why I think that was the highest was because of the making sure that you're meeting that government code to be transparent with your public disclosure of collective bargaining agreements, and then improving those pre-settlement analysis.
Okay.
So it's the beforehand. Because we're a statewide agency, we don't know the local. We typically do not address specific local collective bargaining groups. Again, that's where you guys still maintain that local control. You guys know what's best for your county.
Thank you.
Ken?
So just thank you for your presentation, because it makes it much easier now for me to go back and look at the full report again.
Yes.
And kind of understand what I'm reading.
Yes.
Trying to
There's a
read it
lot.
on the computer earlier.
Yeah.
It's just bouncing all over, but now I have a base that I can work off of. So thank you very much for the presentation.
Welcome.
No questions, just thank you for this presentation.
James?
I too appreciate you guys coming and helping us out with this and the presentation. I went to the 54-page, immediately went to the 54-page document and scrolled all the way to the bottom to try to find like a summary. And then Mr. Critchfield was like, nah, man, it's in the beginning.
Yes, because we know that's what happens, yes.
So I then went to the beginning, but then I went back to the bottom because I noticed Appendix A, and so I'm reading all of these questions. And then I noticed, I don't know, something caught my eye where I saw, the ones that are different from 2019 and 2025 are gray. So let's read all the gray ones. Reading all the gray ones, I was like, and I'm a shapes and colors guy, that's why I went straight to the gray.
Okay.
So I was like, oh, okay, so these are saying yes or no, whatever the difference is. And then my brain immediately went to, well, why? And I had contacted Mr. Critchfield earlier, like I had stated, and we could probably ask every gray question from 1 to, I believe it's page 36, all the way to like 43. But I also feel that your presentation is gonna help me, like he said, the presentation is gonna help me better
that in
understand
perspective, yeah.
of what's going on. But I still do have questions as to why they are different. Like, what did we do wrong? So am I approaching it correctly? Should my brain be like, well, why the heck is that not the same as 2019?
I think you're going in the right direction.
Because if it's not the same and my brain is questioning it, well, why not? Then we did something wrong.
Right, and so I think there's a level of that, but I wouldn't get stuck there.
Okay.
So I agree that, yes, looking that and understanding, because I can go deep too, and I'm like,
Sure,
right?
absolutely.
And so I would make sure you understand, I think overall, keep in mind, there's been a lot of transition with your administration.
Yep.
Right, and when that happens overall, anywhere you go throughout the state, things sometimes fall through the cracks or they change. And what happens at that time depends on which staff, right, was transitioning. And so I think that's a key part of that. I think it is important to understand some of those areas for you that are important to you. But again, I wouldn't get stuck there. I think at this time, and kind of the way we do it, is we pause and say, okay, we're not here to do blame, but there's also a good level of a healthy balance of what could we have done better? But again, I wouldn't live in that because now it's like, okay, how do we move forward?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Right? And not getting too stuck in that, but being aware of it. Does that make sense? So keeping
Right.
that balance. And I think you'll get those answers working with your administration. The nice thing is Jared was here during the time of that 2019 fiscal health risk analysis and probably has a lot of good insight. I know the last time he did the report, had a great report afterwards in response to that. And so he would be a great resource for that as well. Sorry to put you on the spot there, but I think he's very, very knowledgeable. So I think that.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I was here in 2019.
Okay, perfect. See, I wasn't here. Yeah.
I agree with you. He's very, very knowledgeable. And I also came to the understanding, reading through these, different leadership styles, different leadership directions, different whatever the objectives are at that time. I get it, or mistakes, or whatever the case may be. I understand that, and I hope that I use this reference a lot. Things that I've learned in my military career, that the standard operating procedures are created by mistakes that are made.
Yep.
So I hope that we then can create standard operating procedures to not have gray areas again.
Right. And you've got it right. Once you've got systems, standard operating procedures, right? Even when there's transitions, that helps keep things stable. Those
Proper
systems,
direction,
those processes.
right.
And keeping in mind as a board that when you're looking for those, remembering that those take time, right? The reality of it is this district and county office staff have a lot on their plate currently. And so prioritizing that is also making sure that they understand that, okay, they've got to weave that in with their work, which is very important to do. But keeping in mind that it doesn't happen overnight is all I want to say. But it is important work, I agree. But I think that is definitely what the whole intent of the report is, to call out those systems and processes that are either one lacking or that could be improved. And there's definitely room for improvement. And there's a lot of systems in place and some that just either got lost along the way with the transition of staff. But yeah, I think you've got that.
Okay, thank you.
I read this whole thing. I also printed it out before we got a little thing here and made some notes and whatnot. So I think I'm gonna skip the specifics. I made a lot of dots. But I feel like the way that I see this is that according to this report, and I could be, please correct me if I'm wrong, is that a 49.9 is pretty much 50%. So we have a 50-50 chance here of becoming insolvent, which is not great odds. So for me, I think that at least in my time on the board, which has been about 2-ish years, a little bit more, there's been things that have happened here. We've already talked about it, some leadership change, direction that the school district was moving in, some costly mistakes that have been made, to put it mildly. And these things frustrate me a lot, especially when we are now in this spot. However, that being said, I agree with what you said. I think that these must be used to move forward. We can't just sit here and dwell on, oh my God, I'm so angry about what occurred last year, whatever, at whoever. So with that being said, I think that we need to take these things, and as she said, there will be very difficult decisions that have to be made. And ultimately, the school board is responsible for the fiscal solvency of this entire district. However, that being said, and I do have confidence in the people that are up here with us now, that we are getting the most accurate information, the truth when it comes to things, bringing us stuff that is not skewed one way or another, just plain basic facts that we can make actual informed decisions about to go in the correct or best direction for the school district. I think that is paramount to being successful here. And I don't know that that had happened in the past. We'll just leave it at that. And because of those decisions, I think, and not solely, but we are in this spot because of things that I don't think were brought to the school board, with all the facts being brought and clarity behind why this was being brought that way, or rushed things. Hey, we need a stamp on this right now. And so while I think that it is really important that we have to move forward with some sense of urgency, that things aren't rushed, they aren't overlooked, and that we aren't being brought half full facts and whatnot. And again, like I said, I think we're in a good spot up here. I have a lot of confidence in the staff that we have up here right now. And so, yeah, that's just kind of where I'm at with that. And so I am looking to move forward in a positive direction. I don't know what direction that might be. We've got a lot on the agenda tonight, and there'll be lots of discussion in the next few months about things that will or won't take place. So I know Jared wanted to say something as well, but thank you, ladies, for coming. This is a really good starting point. I did appreciate the summary was helpful, and it was very detailed. And I do have a lot of questions that I'll be sending to the staff and kind of get working on some of these things that we need to make improvements on. So.
Yeah, for just like everyone else, echo our thanks to you. It's, you know, it's never a great position to be in when you just come in and then you get up all in someone's business, right? And so you both were great, and I want to acknowledge Robert and the business office staff in particular. Like you said, over 100 documents that had to be provided, and while they're going about doing their regular jobs. And so I think, you know, when we're talking about the past, and, you know, James referenced 2019, Kayla referenced the last couple of years, I think it's important too that we should look at what happened, right, in the sense of history. Like you look at history so you don't repeat it, but don't, you know, waste too much time that then we're not focused on how do we fix it moving forward. I hope from our board members, some of the biggest ticket items weren't surprises, because we've already talked about health insurance on multiple occasions, the COP, many of those things you've received multiple presentations on from Robert and others. And so that's part of this. I do want to acknowledge, though, some critical differences between 2019 and 2025, so we don't get caught too much in that. One of our biggest issues, well, in my estimation, our biggest issue in 2019 was we ended with an ending fund balance of nearly zero. I believe we had $144,000 in our reserves, which was way short of that. We're not there yet, but when you look at the risk score, this is where the tool, understanding the tool, becomes so important. Because if you look at it just in the dollars and cents, you can go, well, why did we score better in 2019 than in 2025? We didn't have things going on in 2019 that we have now that can have a greater impact on our future finances. In particular, consolidation, COP, health insurance. None of those things were around at that time. My point is, we had a level of control of past decisions that we could fix at a quicker rate, even though our ending fund balance was much lower. I don't know if I'm making sense. But if you set aside the tool for a second, you go, there's two ways to assess it. Current status versus where we're headed. Current status in 2019, just financially, we were in worse shape than we are in 2025. Where we're headed, we are posed with more difficult decisions in 2025 than we were back in 2019. And like they presented, it's all attainable, but that's where we can't get too hung up on those scores, but I also think it helps inform us of why are there some of those differences. I don't know if that, you concur with that or not, but that's just my assessment of the situation.
Yes, and you can speak to obviously more of the details of the comparison, but I definitely agree with the way you're saying, okay, understand it enough not to repeat some of the decisions or whatever happened back in 2019, and then just knowing, okay, how do we move forward? And I agree, those key areas that you discussed, that the health insurance, the COP, right, the consolidation, all of that are huge pieces that, again, I know have been in front of the board. Last suggestion I would have as board members is, when you're coming to these meetings and you see the agendas, really trying to read through and understand a lot of what the administration is bringing to you before you come to the board meeting. I know when I was at a qualified district, that was half the battle with my board. I get it. You guys have full-time jobs. You have a whole life outside of this. And the work that you do here is super important, especially now. So just keeping yourself informed so that when you come in, you're almost ready to make that decision, right? Ask those questions to the superintendent, to your cabinet level, before the board meeting, and really work together, right? Then that way you're at least coming more informed. So that would be one of my other suggestions for the board. Again, a lot of that responsibility lays here. And so to take that on and have it less overwhelming would be to be more prepared, right? To make those decisions and ask those questions in advance. You have a great staff here that I think if they don't know the answer, they will help get that answer for you.
Thank you. And the last thing I just want to address is the staff turnover, right? No tool is perfect. So one of the questions is the superintendent new? It's not, is the superintendent new and/or have they worked for the district in the district office for the last 8 years, right? So for better or worse, you do have a superintendent with a lot of institutional knowledge that is in the tool marked as a risk, but different. And that's why I appreciate you acknowledging that at the beginning, because again, no tool is perfect. It's not a knock on the tool. It's just not going to be able to hit every scenario. How do we fix that? Well, you can only fix that 1 year at a time. This is my 9th year. I'm starting my 9th year now at the district office. Someone can fact check me on this. I believe this is the first time that the 5 people, the 4 to my right and myself, that were here in June are the same 5 people that were here in July.
That's huge.
At least one or more than one of these 5 positions changed every single year. Right? And I've talked to you about that, and I shared that with them, that in now starting my 9th year, for these 5 positions, I've worked with 22 different people, right? And so, yeah, that's where the tool is a good thing to say, that is not helpful, right? Because every department, when you look at HR, business, special ed, educational services, they could all put up a pretty good argument of which one has a bigger impact on our budget, right? Because they all have a major impact on our budget. So even if you have stability in one position, turnover in cabinet positions is a challenge. And so I appreciate these 4 people to my right wanting to return. So, because that is a big step in the right direction in that.
Okay. Any other questions or comments for these?
I do have one more question I'm trying to understand. And I appreciate the encouragement to read in advance. I think in general we try to do that. On the summative page before the presentation, the attachments, there is the item in the bullets that says unaudited actuals and audit findings. And it does mention the audit findings for 22-23, 23-24, including the exceeding the allowable admin to employee to teacher ratio.
Oh, yes.
Resulting in penalties, but the punctuation is kind of interesting here. Commas around resulting in penalties. And an overstatement of average daily attendance with question costs of $637,248. I'm just trying to make sure I'm not really missing the point here. But that's not saying that was the penalty. That's more, that $637,248 is more tied to the ADA issue. Is that correct?
Which Robert, if you remember, Robert presented on a couple months ago, right? And the corrective action. And again, if they came back and went through this tool again today, our score would be better today than it was even just a couple months ago because of all the actions that have been taken. We'd still be high risk because of all these other things that we have to do that, but I firmly believe we wouldn't be at a 49.9. It'd already be lowered.
Right. And I am pleased that in the extremely lengthy document, where it did say that one of the most important things was seabeds reporting, that we were a no in 2019, and now we're a yes, which shows we are working hard to correct that. Just want to make sure that's clear. The 637 is not the penalty. That's just related to ADA
Correct.
figures. Thank you.
And again, the penalty has already been addressed. As we know, our admin ratio is back down below the threshold so that we don't incur that penalty again. So that's an example of something that's already been remedied.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, ladies, for the presentation.
You'll get to see them again. They're hanging out, so.
Oh, yes, we will see
they
you in
will
just a little
come
bit.
back
That
for the
is
county
correct for the
meeting.
county.
County
meeting.
office one will
We'll
be much shorter. We won't
Talk
go
in
through
just
it.
a few minutes, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so did we need to make a motion, move on this? Okay. We're gonna move on to item 14.2 for food service equipment purchases, Mr. Norton.
Thank you, board. Let me change here real quick. So Amador County Unified School District's Food Service Department initiated a formal request for bids, our RFB, for food service equipment. The equipment needs were identified by our food service director to help update our old aging equipment, provide improvements to meal quality and menu items, help reduce future costs and more energy efficient machines, and increase speed of service. The estimated value of the purchase exceeded $250,000, which per our procurement policies and in compliance with state and federal regulations required a sealed bids formal process. To that end, an RFB was created and notices were publicized, as well as direct solicitation to vendors we've already done business with before. Upon review of the bids and utilizing product costs, installation, availability, costs, and available features, we're looking to award Avanti, Central Restaurant Products, and Hubert with various portions of the equipment purchases. This purchase is part of our food service spending plan presented to the board back in the fall of 2024. Includes convection ovens, range burners, refrigerator worktops, under counters, hot hold cabinets, and dishwashers. The equipment will be going to various sites throughout the district. There is an attachment that does have it kind of laid out of where each one is going. And the total cost of this purchase is looking to be $276,241, which will come from our Fund 13. This is our food service fund, so not as related to the conversations we've been having here recently, earlier in this presentation. And this is a part of our, like I said, this spending plan where we had actually an excess of 1.5 million out of our Fund 13 in 23-24. So this is helping to spend that down. As a note, other items that are within the spending plan are actually currently being worked on as well. This is just an aside. Bids are being requested for those particular pieces. There's the Ione Junior kitchen floor was actually already replaced. And last I saw too, it looks like we have some menu boards getting quoted and a few other things to help with the purchases. So with that being said, we requested the board approve these purchases as we kind of got them outlined here in the awards. And I'm available for any questions you have.
Okay, Peter?
So this is perhaps a simple yes/no question. You can elaborate if you want to. But I believe later in our agenda, we talk about requesting permission to borrow money from different funds to make things work. And that's might be oversimplifying things. But my question is simply, if we do have a huge, over $1 million excess at the moment in food services, is that one of the funds we would borrow from? Or no, thou shalt not?
No, unfortunately, that's one fund we cannot touch, which would be nice because it does have the reserves, but no, unfortunately.
Okay, Ken?
So are these purchases, are they needed, or are they just to spend down our equivalency of 11.4 months instead of the allowable 6? Are we spending that down because we have to, so let's go buy some stuff? Or do we need this?
No, these are needed because there would be plenty more things we could get if we just wanted to spend it down. But in this case, it was identified these are needs. In some cases, they are moving up deferred maintenance because we could wait on some of these items. They have some life left, but it just doesn't make sense. We have the funds now, we do have to spend it down. So there is some of that going on, but it's not to a degree that I would say that we're just spending to spend. It's more of these things are aged. We will get more benefit from improving them now, even if just energy efficiency. So there was some room for making these moves now.
So we're spending 276 roughly, and you said we have like 1.5 over our exceeding the allowable limit. Is there going to be a point where we're penalized on having too much in excess?
So we still have time to spend it down. I think we had lined up a plan for 3 years. Offhand, I do not recall if there is a time limit on that, but I think as long as we're making good progress to spend that down and being in connection with the oversight board there, that we can make sure that we are getting it done. But I'll confirm that other piece. I don't want to just say that there is no time limit and it be a blanket at that.
And with these, the 2 trucks or the 2 vans we bought earlier this year, would they also have come out of our excess over the 6% allowable?
Yes, and that is why we made that purchase.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Shane?
Just to be clear, this purchase also involves the install?
Correct. That was actually one of the reasons for some of the quotes not being accepted. They did not do the installation. They were just going to provide us the equipment, but we did want to include installation.
Thank you.
Okay, James?
I don't have any questions. I know many of our sites need upgrades. This will help tremendously, and I appreciate it. I appreciate you bringing this and making sure we get these upgraded. I do hope it also works towards better food.
Yeah, one thing I do plan to work with Mike Pingree on, our Director of Food Service, who really was right behind all this stuff. He was the one who kind of organized it all. But is have him come back. And I know we did the presentation for the fiscal or for the food service spending plan at the time. What I want to do is have him come back this fall, ideally to do this is where we've come since then. And this is what we've purchased, this is what's in there. So that way you can get a better idea of what we're doing.
I found it, it's popped into my head after I made the better food comment. I found it coincidental. All of a sudden, I'm getting emails in my school board email from all these food service organizations and how to better food and this, that, and the other. Like every day I get these food service emails. So I don't know how I started getting those emails, but we'll put them to work if we have to for better quality food.
Whatever it takes.
Right.
I'm on the same page as James. I think that, it's no secret that we need to improve our facilities and whatnot. So doing this, I think, is helpful in any capacity. And I'm on the same wavelength with let's provide some good quality food for the kids to eat. I know James is probably looking forward to some site visits and taste testing like he did last year, seeing what's happening. So I don't have any questions on this. So we would just need a motion.
I move to approve item 14.2 food service equipment purchases.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, we're gonna move on to item 14.3, the 2025-26 salary schedules, annual approval.
Thank you, Board. Attached are the 2025-26 salary schedules for the ACTA bargaining unit, CSEA bargaining unit, and our administrators, confidential staff, and adult education staff. If you will note, these salary schedules are not signed by our unit members as negotiations for the current fiscal year have yet to be resolved. But to remain in compliance with our CalSTRS, CalPERS, and education code requirements, we're bringing them to the board for approval to be in effect for this school year until negotiations have been resolved and any necessary changes are brought to the board. This is an annual requirement to have a working board-approved salary schedule for this year. In these schedules, there have been no salary changes. However, one note, we have taken to splitting our administrator salary schedule, which historically had both our district and county administrators on it. Now you will see this year, you'll see all the red lines of the county ones, and it's only the district that is on there, and then we'll have a separate, basically, administrator salary schedule, just to further identify which positions are truly county, which ones are truly district. And at this time, I recommend the board approve. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions, Peter?
So my only question is a follow-up to what was stated earlier in the FICMAT report. It seemed to be suggested that, for lack of a better way of putting this, that we hadn't necessarily done our math wrong. We can actually afford these salaries. We simply had not been, to their satisfaction, fully transparent or clear in the reporting, and that's why we scored so low. Or am I oversimplifying? Can you say with confidence that, yes, we can afford these salary schedules?
So there was more with regards to public disclosures and making sure the board was fully informed in terms of the amount that we're spending, and then obviously how that affects the outgoing years.
Right.
So to that degree, this one didn't require that because there is no change. So what we've had in our multi-year projections is basically the outline of what we believe it's going to cost for the outgoing years. To answer the question of can we afford these or can we not, we currently have a budget approved for this year that does have this salary schedule in place. So my answer would be yes for this fiscal year. For the outgoing years, we do show that we have basically we will be below the reserve at this current point in time. So that is where, if it's salaries or something else, there are adjustments that still need to be made. That's how I'll answer that question.
Thank you for the clarity.
Okay. Ken?
No questions.
Jane?
If, in the motion, are we doing A through C, or do we have to do each specific?
Oh.
I mean, I think A through C is fine. I don't know if it needs to be anything else.
Yeah, I think just 14.3 would be okay. James?
With these salary schedules, is anything changing? Like, are there any increases with any of them? Any decreases with any of them? Anything?
Not in the district here, no.
Not in this meeting, the district.
Correct.
But the answer to that is yes in the county side?
There is a change in the county side, correct.
Okay. Thank you.
I just noticed on here, it says, note, this is prior to compensation negotiations with any of the bargaining units for the 25-26 fiscal year. I did notice in our lengthy report that when you guys, and I'm not like super well versed in negotiations, but when negotiations are happening, that before like an actual agreement is made, that those raises or whatever is going to be happening in that agreement is brought to the board before the tentative agreement is made and the salary schedule made. Would that practice be starting this year? Okay. With that, I don't have any other questions about this, so we would just need a motion.
Make the motion that we approve 14.3, 25-26 salary schedules A, B, and C.
Second?
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, we are going to move on to 14.4, resolution, ACUSD 2526, one temporary interfund transfer with Mr. Norton.
Thank you, board. So this is an annual resolution we take to the board every year. Per Education Code 42603, school districts are allowed to borrow funds temporarily from one fund to another with this adopted resolution. The noted funds are on the resolution itself. Predominantly, this is done for cash flow purposes. School districts are funded in such a way that we receive the bulk of our revenues at two different points in the year, which can make cash flow tight at different times, predominantly in November and March. In addition, some grants can cause similar shortages with the way they're structured, where you basically spend the dollars first and you get reimbursed for them or invoiced for them afterwards. Because of this resolution will give the district a little bit more flexibility in terms of cash flow in case something is coming up and we are running short, we are able to borrow from another fund that we internally have. Now, this is to note the district did initiate a TRAN, and so we do have ideally enough cash because of that on hand, so that this would not be necessary. However, it is more of a safety net in case something does come about unexpectedly to have this approved here. So At this time, I recommend the board approve this resolution, and I'm available for any questions you have.
Peter?
No questions.
Ken?
If you borrow from one fund, are you allowed to borrow from it again before you pay off that first loan?
I believe so. I don't have the exact answer on that, but I believe you can.
Yeah, we've never had to do that. A few years ago with cash, federal funding was extremely delayed in special education. So I know we borrowed from Fund 25 to make payroll at the end of the month. And we literally borrowed the money for like 3 days because then the federal funding came in, but it didn't come in before payroll hit. That's more typical where you're going to see when we say temporary, it's normally very temporary. And so, like I said, it's been a few days and has been our practice in the past when we've had to utilize it.
All right, so currently there's no loans from other funds from one fund to another. We don't have any of those on the books right now?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Shane?
No questions.
James?
No, no questions.
I just was reading on the fiscal implications. It says interest will be paid to the other funds for the number of days of the transfer at the rate paid by Amador County Treasurer. Is that interest just being paid to our funds? We're not paying somebody else interest? if we
Correct.
were
It's
to do that?
internally paying interest.
Okay, so we would just be paying ourselves. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Discouraging borrowing money from yourself for a long period of time because you're taking general fund monies and now moving it back into that other fund with the interest paid. So you want to do it as short as possible if you have to use it.
okay. All right, I don't have any other further questions. We would just need a motion.
Motion to approve item 14.4, ACUSD temporary interfund transfer.
Okay,
Second.
okay, and then the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes,
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes.
Thank you, board.
Okay, we're gonna move on to 14.5, MOU, Pacific Oaks Education Corporation with Dr. Palazuelos.
Good evening, trustees. This is a proposal to enter into a memorandum of understanding for a teacher preparation program. This is for a 2-year term. This is Pacific Oaks Education Corporation, which operates out of Pasadena, California, and would recommend approval. There's no fiscal implications for this particular MOU.
Any questions or comments on this one? Peter?
No, this seems consistent with previous similar MOUs with other institutions.
Okay, Ken? No. Shane?
No questions.
James?
Nope.
No, I just like to see these because I like to be able to have people rolling in from anywhere that we can. So we would just need a motion.
I move to approve agenda item 14.5, MOU Pacific Oaks Education Corporation.
Second.
Okay, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
yes,
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
And I'm also a yes. Okay, and then 14.6, the MOU with California State University East Bay, Dr. Palazuelos.
Thank you, trustees. Again, another memorandum of understanding, teacher preparation program. This one actually has a specific focus with interns. It would be for a 5-year term. We're recommending approval. There are no fiscal implications.
Okay, questions or comments on this one?
No.
Ken?
no,
Shane?
The terms, they vary from, I think the previous one was 2 and 5. Is that just basically what the school decides?
Correct. Yeah, that's what they present.
Thank you.
Okay, James?
No questions.
I don't either, so we would just need a motion.
I move that we approve 14.6, the MOU for the California State University East Bay.
I'll second. And the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes,
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, we'll move on to 14.7, MOU, University of Phoenix.
Thank you, trustees. You have amazing stamina with these MOUs. This is for the University of Phoenix. This particular one is ongoing. There is language with a 30-day prior written notice to cancel or terminate. There are no fiscal implications. However, within the language, the university will compensate our mentoring teachers $30 per week, and that is coming from the university, not from us. Recommend approval.
Okay, any other questions on this one?
My only question is, I did not even know that the University of Phoenix had education programs that are more focused on business stuff. So you said it's ongoing. How long have we had this partnership? Has it been effective?
This would be, so my understanding is there was a relationship with Phoenix. I don't know when it terminated. This would be for a new MOU going forward. And there's no terms on it, so it's not a 2-year or 5-year. Ultimately, we would, if with the board's approval tonight, it'll be in perpetuity or until we serve written notice or they serve us with a written notice.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
I have a question
Yeah.
pertaining to your stamina comment. I mean, you're presenting so many of these, right? Is this kind of like in the sales world, it's all about the numbers? If we throw out $1 billion, we'll get one?
Well, here's the great opportunity. We're learning about these different programs because we have prospective candidates and individuals that are connected to the programs. They're either people that are coming to us already here
Okay.
and are looking at adding a credential. And so we're like, well, listen, we'd really like to work with you, but we need to formalize this relationship. And so this is the end of it, right? Now, with the board's approval, we can formalize the relationship. And then the best thing is now this gives us a whole list of programs that folks can consider. When I first arrived, I'll say it to our detriment, we had a very limited number of programs that we were, that we could send our staff to, our staff or interested parties to. Now, because of your work in approving these, we can say, listen, folks, here's all the different programs: Fortune School of Education, Teachers College San Joaquin, UC Davis. I mean, the list goes on. Cal State East Bay, MOU with Pacific Oaks Education. And so folks that are interested in, they can shop a little more, but then they also know that we have a formal relationship, and that is good. So we're doing our best to try to get a little more bandwidth and a little more presence with these organizations. And then the thing that we're excited about, every one of them creates a connection for us with their universities or programs. So when we're looking for people, they've all got job boards, they've all got listings, they've all got programs of instruction, or we can say, we're looking for a teacher like this, do you have someone? And so whatever we can do to be able to get that going. And a big thanks to Dr. Hedegaard and her team, because through their network, we've been able to find some other folks too. So, but yeah, it's an opportunity for us. For us, it's a relationship that serves both sides. Obviously, for them, they get the student, they get the tuition, but for us, we try to get a caring and capable adult that'll work with our students.
I realized after you were explaining that I had asked that question probably 15 of these ago.
Yep.
Thank you.
We've been busy.
Right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. We would just need a motion.
Motion to approve item 14.7, MOU with the University of Phoenix.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes.
Thank you, trustees.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move on to our discussion items. 15.1, school consolidation update, 7th through 9th grade junior high, and 10th through 12th grade high school analysis with Mr. Critchfield and Mrs. Horn.
Yes, thank you. So as you're well aware, we had 2 pretty lengthy meetings back in June, and as we did LCAP and budget, but we also had at our second June board meeting a lengthy conversation about consolidation, and each of you gave input on more information you'd like to receive. This is not intended to be comprehensive of everything you asked for back in June, because there was a lot, and we talked about how this will be a sequence of meetings where we have this as a discussion item. And so tonight, Patty Horn, Educational Services, has prepared some things on the academic aspect of this particular model, as was desired by, I believe, all of the board members, getting more information on the potential for this 7th through 9th grade and 10th through 12th grade model. And then after Patty presents and answers questions, I prepared some enrollment information and also just some data from our facilities master plan, but some data pulled out so we can look more specifically in comparing our current 2 high school sites, which would be the proposed junior high and high school sites in the consolidation plan. So I'm going to turn this first part over to Patty, and then we'll go from there.
Good evening, board. I just have to put a shout out because Cal State East Bay used to be Hayward, and my high school shared a backyard with it. So we used to call it Harvard on the Hill. So good evening, board. We're here to talk about reimagining school configuration. We're going to talk about a different model than what we currently have. This is just, as we're saying, looking at the academic and developmental impacts of this model. When looking into this, you'll see it referred to as a 6-3-3. Just for clarification, that is the 6 grades at elementary school, 3 grades at middle, 3 grades at high school. So that's what a 6-3-3. So if you see those numbers, a lot of times I changed it to 7 through 9, 10 through 12, but they're interchangeable. So just so you understand what those mean. As everything does, this goes back to our strategic plan and what we were looking at when we look at any decisions we make, especially in ed services. This is first and foremost where we go for our guidance. And looking into our strategic plan helps us to make sure that we're staying the course for where we're supposed to be in our 5-year plan. It's linked there, but I'm sure you know it, but in case you wanted to see it again. If we were going to consider something like a 7 through 9 and 10 through 12 structure, there are some interesting curriculum opportunities that come out. First and foremost, it's good math. It maximizes the teaching staff, facilities, and educational resources. Instead of 2 middles and 2 high schools, we have 1 middle and 1 high, and we have all the resources in one place. Which then, besides pooling, it makes it more efficient. It also allows us to have almost when Jared and I were looking at it, an unintentional equity. Like they almost equal each other out in the number of students as we're looking at this model. And he'll go into that more. It helps for aligned curriculum, sharing of best practices, specialized expertise, and actually gives us an idea and a creative glimpse. Something we have talked about and dreamt about but not been able to put into place is starting our CTE pathways even lower into our junior highs and being able to create some of those pathways. So it was exciting to look at. I'll be honest, in all things Amador, when we're digging up research, and I went down a very deep rabbit hole. He gave me a lot of homework this summer, and I spent lots of time reading as much data as I could on this. The biggest benefits, and I'll lay these out as we go forward, the biggest benefits for something like this for Amador are benefits that are unique to us, that are not found in any of the research or the literature I found. And I'll touch on that a little bit when we get there. But just interestingly enough, Amador is its own thing sometimes, and it's awesome. All right, currently, this is our 2 high schools. So this is Amador and Argonaut, currently have 68 total teachers. If you look on the left side, the courses taught per teacher, 6 teachers teach just 1 course. 7 teachers teach 2 courses, 22 teachers teach 3 courses. 33 of our 68 teachers teach 4 or more courses in a school year. That is 49% of our teachers are prepping for 4 or more different courses. And I'm staring directly at Peter because he's just like about to come unglued.
Yeah, just as a short comment, we strive to, in Manteca Unified, we strive to almost never have more than 3 preps for any individual teacher. Now, we are structured differently, but yes, this particular data point was shocking to me.
Yeah, good to know I can read your face there. Between the 2 schools, we currently have 6 shared teachers. The subjects on the right side show what are the shared teachers, and that between the 2 high schools, there are 15 unique courses that are offered at one and not the other school. So just with that conversation alone, when we're looking at maximizing our resources, from a teaching standpoint, the expertise goes up immensely when teachers can focus on 2 or 3 courses rather than 6.
And that's the direct impact on kids, right? When you have a teacher having to prepare, when you have 11 teachers having to prepare 5 different courses to teach and 8 more, A full-time teacher teaches 6 courses. So that means we have 8 teachers that each period they teach is a different class. And so there's only so much time in the day to prepare. And when you're doing that to teachers, it just makes it that much harder for them to be adequately prepared. And they do a great job with what they have, but teaching 3 or less is typically the standard, as Peter mentioned. And so that's a significant number, and I'm glad that, Patty, as we were digging into this, and to be clear, this is the way the 2 master schedules are set up for this coming school year that starts in August. So this is how the courses are allocated for this upcoming school year. Sorry, Patty, go ahead.
No worries. All right, I apologize for the font size, but there was a lot of information. I was trying to get it on there. The developmental benefits that go into this, and interestingly enough, both Jared and I have long discussions about the developmental benefits of this. My background's been in elementary ed for 30 years. His is in high school, and we both talked about the developmental differences between 9th graders and 10th, 11th, and 12th graders. And I know many of you have had kids of your own or work with students. 9th graders present an interesting developmental stage that sometimes could be better served with maybe having another year with an age-appropriate environment. What a model like this allows, and what a lot of the data pointed to, is it allows specialized programming, professional development, targeted instruction for an age-appropriate group, which then leaves the 10 through 12th to be able to focus more on rigor and content and preparing for the next step in life. So it almost creates that balance between. This model gives unique leadership opportunities that 9th graders don't always have or will feel comfortable utilizing, because it goes back to the old big fish, small pond kind of mentality. There's some data that really pointed to it eases to the school transition, that even though it's the same number of transitions, doing that at the 9th, splitting the 9th and 10th grade, there's a developmental benefit to that. This is where the biggest Amador benefit comes into play, because we have 6 elementary schools that feed to 2 middle schools. We have students who attend the 2 middle schools, form friend groups in the 2 middle schools, and depending on where they live in the county, and unfortunately it's a reality many of the board members have seen at our middle school graduation or promotion ceremonies, is tears, real tears, because you won't be going to school with your friend group. That you established a friend group in middle school, but because of the way the school boundaries break out, they may be going to a different high school. What struck both Jared and I a lot was that got rid of that completely. Students no longer had that. We have a significant number of intra-district transfers that come over my desk, and the reason is friend group is attending the other school. That really would cut down on that. We've done a lot of work. Jared worked really hard on the boundaries this year, so it's not as pronounced as it was in the past, but it eliminates the friend group is going to a different high school piece. So we found that to be kind of a unique Amador call out. Exciting for our middle schoolers would be the opportunity to have hands-on electives and more academic offerings, because we don't have that. We struggle right now to give the hands-on electives at middle school because our resources are stretched so thin. If we are able to put our resources together, we could get those kiddos, especially our middle schoolers who have a lot of energy sometimes, into hands-on activities.
Really quickly, what are some of the electives offered in middle school now?
Currently,
if anybody knows, I'm not sorry to put you on the spot.
Yeah, no, I know for sure we have band and choir. I know
Journalism. We have some art classes. We have humanities. We've offered some STEM classes, minor type STEM classes. It's mostly facilities related, right? Neither one of our junior highs have a shop or true art rooms or facilities that would lend towards, or culinary rooms, things like that, that would lend towards those types of electives.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. All right, and then just for the 10-12, there just seems to be a lot of data supporting that the stronger sense of community and the focus on career in college and that really focused time where students are moving towards their future and making those choices. Just to reiterate, some of the 7-9 configuration allows us to focus on the unique developmental needs of 7th through 9th graders, gives them a tailored academic and social emotional support. It allows us to do those things in a way that's age appropriate for our 7th through 9th graders. Again, I don't usually read does anyone want me to read the slide, or are we good?
I just do have one little comment about this, if that's okay. And feel free to tell me if I'm oversimplifying. We all have our lens. I've taught mostly 9th grade throughout my 27-year career, so lots and lots of experience with 9th grade. And currently, of course, where I work, Manteca Unified does have the different model where it is 4 years at high school. But something I've observed and seems to have been part of the common conversation is that we get these 9th graders who come in and they're not quite ready to take it seriously and to know that credits count and whatnot. And so we have a slightly higher number of failed classes at that 9th grade level before they have that maturity to really dig in and go for it. And it almost seems like, and again, I might be oversimplifying, but there seems to be some degree of also amongst our 10th grade students, a bit of a sophomoric slump where incidences of behavior increase and where we have lower test scores and these kinds of things, where one of the things I think could potentially come from this, and I do think it has to do with this social emotional component, if the 9th graders are given more support by their existing teachers at junior high to know that, okay, we're still with you, we still got you, but this year it counts. And we're not quite shoving you off to high school yet, but you gotta really buckle down and know that this is the real deal now, right? We're not pretending anymore. These count for credits. And then the 10th grade getting a whole new start where it's possible, I'm hoping, that there wouldn't be as severe a sophomoric slump because they have that new change and they're like, look, this is where you're at as of what you already did, your 9th grade year. You really got to buckle down. It's not time to play around anymore. Let's learn, let's go, let's do. And so again, might just be my lens, might be oversimplifying, but this is an attempt to summarize conversations I've had with fellow English teachers for years at what we've observed among the 9th and 10th grade students. There is a very real maturity difference in how they perceive themselves and how they fit in. So just a thought.
Yeah, the data supported all of what you were saying, and real life experience. Typically, Jared can speak more to being a principal of a high school and dealing with 9th graders versus the 10th, 11th, and 12th.
I pretty much had a speech that I said almost daily the first semester of every school year to freshmen, in particular freshman boys, and just about how you're no longer in junior high school, and this is what your life is going to be like if you continue to make these choices. And so we would have years where 60% of the discipline was freshmen. And 90% of that freshman discipline were freshman boys. I'm extremely concerned, just as a side note, in particular in boys' education in general, they tend to struggle more in sitting in a classroom. And so that's just whether we did a 7-8, 9-12 model or 7 through 9, 10-12 model, giving opportunities for more hands-on learning and more electives. I think no matter where you place the freshmen, it just gives them, the junior high kids in particular, better opportunities so they get more locked into school prior to starting their freshman year. And like you said, as they're developing those sophomores, sometimes they didn't figure it out freshman year, and so they're still struggling as well. And you get the juniors and seniors looking around going, what are they doing? Like when are they gonna figure this out? And then you remind them, a lot of them, that, well, you were the exact same way when you were freshmen and sophomores too. And so I think it's just that freshman year, the biggest challenge is decisions can be made by freshmen where they end up closing doors to opportunities because of so many poor choices made as freshmen. We have to address that no matter what configuration we do. And keeping this focus on the junior high and a transition to now you're in high school is, you know, to me is a really big deal. I think it also speaks to acceleration because we have students, we have many capable 7th and 8th grade students that could accelerate their academics, but we don't offer that, where now you can have 8th graders in a math class with 9th graders, and you can feasibly have, instead of only 9th graders being able to access geometry, you could have 8th graders accessing geometry. There are 2 AP Calculus courses. We typically only offer 1 because of the way we track it. So on that end as well, for those who can handle it, there are other opportunities for acceleration that you can offer when you have the 9th graders on the same campus as the 8th graders.
Awesome. Thank you. And I love the difference. You can always tell who is elementary and who is high school. I'll always give you the grade number, and he'll always use freshman, sophomore, junior, senior. So 10th through 12th configuration, same thing. We really feel like it gives the potential access to more advanced coursework and resources, and really gives a concentrated focus on that next steps and preparing them for what's coming. So these are the overall benefits and considerations. Again, there's enhancement to student learning and engagement for both the middle or junior high focus and the high school focus, potential for improved academic performance, and some smoother transitions possibly based on early adolescent development. Some considerations with it is it would be critical to implement it well and really look at how we do that thoughtfully and work slowly to be able to make sure that the implementation was done well and we took all of the necessary pieces into account. It would require a lot of collaboration, and in everything, I think the most important piece to remember is that whatever we're talking about, the research, developmentally, our experiences, we're talking about individual student needs. And that we always have to keep that first and foremost, that no matter what we have going out there, every student is unique, and we may still have to do things and tailor things to help them individually. But overall, we found that developmentally, there was a lot of data to support the possibility of a different configuration that has some promise. And then just looking at it in summary, if you have never seen it before, the picture on the top is currently the district office, but at the time was, I believe, Jackson High School. I always get that wrong. And underneath is the architect's rendering for the potential new consolidated high school. So kind of looking back and looking forward, this is just one of the possible potential pathways we could take. Any questions?
I don't have any further questions for you. Anybody else comments or questions on this part of the presentation?
I have some questions regarding enrollment, but we're not there yet.
We're not there yet. Yeah, same. Okay. All right.
Okay, Haley, could I have you put up the single-page document on enrollment? We'll look at that first before we look at facilities. This is a document that actually I created back in May of '22 when we were first looking at consolidation. It bears updating. And so I want to be clear on a couple of caveats here. If you notice, transitional kindergarten is not on here. That was intentional. This coming school year is our first year where all 4-year-olds are eligible for transitional kindergarten. It is not an obligatory grade level. Technically, kindergarten isn't either, but most people view it that way. So using transitional kindergarten enrollment to project our future enrollment is not typically going to be very accurate. Kindergarten enrollment, because we're doing this over the summer, kindergarten enrollment may change. And so it would probably bear a month or two into the school year, updating this document and bringing it back, just because we could see some shifts. Now, 1st through 12th grade, we can always see shifts. We typically aren't going to see major shifts from middle of summer to once the school year starts, because you'll hear everyone saying, oh, we have all these new enrollments. Well, at the very same time we're dealing with all these new enrollments, you have students exiting and moving to other districts as well. And so typically at the start of the school year, it's close to a wash. We do have anomalies in certain years where a particular school jumps up at the start and not as many leave, and that can happen, but law of averages, typically it stays pretty consistent. So I just kind of, as a general overview, want to address that. The other thing I want to make sure I'm clear on, there is a note at the bottom. This has absolutely nothing to do with which school students attend. Obviously, we don't have junior highs and high schools in all of these areas. This is using our 6 elementary areas to show where our students actually live, not where they attend school, okay? And so just because there's 89 8th graders or 9th graders in Ione doesn't mean they all attend Argonaut, because there could be an interdistrict transfer where they're attending Amador. They could be at North Star. They could be at Independence High, typically starting late sophomore year, and so on. And so I just want to make sure we're clear on that. It's a good gauge, though, using those 6 areas of, well, where's our student population actually live in the county. In May of '22, I didn't put specifically by grade level, but I did this time for out of county. So those are typically referred to as inter-district transfers, always confused with intra, right? Intra is just they're moving within the county. Inter is they actually reside outside the county. Our 3 kind of hot spots for those 43 students are just outside of Plymouth, just over the river on the El Dorado County line, McCallamy Hill, and then the Valley Springs area. So typically, if we have, for those out of county, they're barely over the county line for the majority of those 43 students. The other thing is this does help inform us just on our overall enrollment and kind of where we're headed. We had, for several years, pretty much every grade level countywide had at least 300 students. And one thing I want to point out, and this goes back to the FCMAT report on projected, declines in enrollment. Look at all the elementary grade levels, and yes, some are close to 300, but only one is actually over, and we have quite the jump there with 348 fifth graders countywide. But you'll notice how if that continues to hold, and we have more and more grade levels below 300 students, our overall enrollment will continue to decline. And so that's just something we have to keep a close eye on. And again, kindergarten could jump up, so I wouldn't really put too much stock in 256 kindergartners. And again, some families do choose to not bring their kids to kindergarten. They don't have to. But when you look at 251 first graders enrolled, that's concerning, right? And so if trends like that continue, as the term used is cohort survival, I don't really love that term, but when you look at a cohort of students, let's say the first graders, well, 12 years from now, how many 12th graders will we have? Statistically, historically here, we would have less than 251 12th graders. That has been our cohort survival. We lose anywhere from 3 to 8% of our students from when they're in first grade by the time they actually get to high school. Not necessarily moving, but as you get further along, there are other options that are, even if they don't move, where they could do online schooling and other offerings that we don't necessarily provide. And so that just, when you look at this year, we're gonna have 328 seniors. 12 years from now, it could be 228 seniors. So I just want to point that out. And then obviously you get to see, well, where's the concentration of students in our county? I have this in the presentation as well in a pie chart, but I thought this was good data to break it down grade level by grade level. So before we get into that other presentation, I just want to pause and see if there's any questions on this document. And like I said, we can update this more frequently. The fact that, the last time this was brought to the board was 3 years ago, right? We can, as we're having these consolidation discussions, we can easily update this document to what enrollment trends are showing.
Okay, any questions or comments on this document?
I don't have questions on this document. I do appreciate the clarity. It is helpful to see where the concentrations are geographically. That's all great. and I don't know if this is the appropriate time to ask the question, but related to enrollment, I took a moment to glance at our most recently published SARC reports, and just for the two high schools, not at the junior highs. And it seems to be that, again, speaking to the matter of efficiency, compared from 21-22 to 22-23, the number of, in the very end of the SARC report, they have this thing where they break it down by average class size, right? And so I know that's oversimplifying things, but in the interest of time, average class size for Amador in 21-22 was 20 for English Language Arts. That's dropped to 17 for 23-24. For math, from 22 down to 19. If we look at Argonaut, we have from, again, the 21-22 English was 20, it dropped to 22-23 to 17. And in mathematics, class size average of 22, dropping to 19 in 22-23. And of course, there are similar numbers in the number of classes with 23 to 32 students versus number 1 to 22 students. And then very, very few classes district-wide that have more than 33 students per class. And so I know it is a different structure than what I'm used to, but I am hoping eventually there can be some kind of predictive analysis as related to efficiency, as related to the SARC report, so we can see not just for the teachers who are overwhelmed and teaching too many subjects and prepping for too many subjects, but what is the potential savings if our class sizes are a little larger, because the reality is that's kind of where we need to be, I think, if we're ever fiscally solvent. But then I am coming from the lens of someone who all of my classes were 30 plus, pretty much. So that's all. And I'm hoping that perhaps in the future we can see the scope of some of that or the potential fiscal impact.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable when combined that you can see those averages creep more up towards the 25 to 26. I don't think you're going to see them push 30. There's still, I know from a lens of Amador County, this will appear to be a larger schools, but statewide, there still would not be considered large high schools. So you're still not going to be as efficient as some of these larger high schools where they can really push the envelope and have their averages really close to 30, but it's very reasonable when you look at the numbers and you start combining that you could have an average closer to 25 and to 26. When Patty was presenting, the other thing too that we didn't fully highlight is, we have some courses right now where students from one high school are having to go to the other in order to access it because there's so few combined, it's only enough students for one section. So that particular section isn't going to get any more efficient, but you're not going to have kids having to go back and forth. I mean, this is the second consecutive year of calculus, Spanish 4, statistics, classes like that, where they're only offered at one high school. And so students from the other who want to take that class have to be able to get to the other high school for that particular period, which is obviously harder on kids to be going back and forth. And so we're not going to get more efficient in every area, but there's other benefits when you're looking at situations like that.
Right, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, any other questions on this part? Okay, so when you look at facilities, if we can pull that up, Haley. Sure. They're trusting me with the clicker. That doesn't happen very often. Okay, so all of this data, facilities data, is pulled directly. Yeah, I did 2 slides per page, so the clicker's probably not going to work. Haley, if you could just zoom in on this, and so we can look at that that second slide on the first page with the data. So this is just reiterating what was on the more detailed sheet. I just did it in summary form by grade spans, so you can just see where we're at. And then the following slide shows us, if you can go to that, Haley, shows us our map, just to remind us of our updated elementary attendance zones map. And so you can see percentage-wise where our students live throughout the county based on our elementary school attendance zone. So like you can see in Ione, we have 31% of our entire student population, kindergarten through 12th grade, lives in that particular area, while you have areas like Plymouth and Pioneer, 9%, 11%. I know Pioneer's boundaries are a little bit deceiving. 70% of that, nobody lives there that goes to school, right? I mean, so it's mostly concentrated in that western portion, but technically our boundaries go all the way to Kirkwood. We do have a handful of students that live in Kirkwood. As of this coming year, all of them will be attending in the adjacent county in Alpine County, because they're much closer to Markleeville than they are to Pioneer. So I just want to acknowledge that Pioneer's boundaries look absolutely massive. It's beautiful country, but we don't have a high student population once you get past Inspiration Drive, if you're familiar with that area. And so anyway, this is just a way to show the layout of the county. You know, I know James likes talking about colors and shapes. So James, I was thinking of this slide's dedicated to you. So just wanted you to know that. Let's go to the next one.
Pioneer's the bigger one.
And then here's just a pie chart. Again, same data, just kind of showing you the breakdown of where our students live by area, just trying to show the teacher and me trying to show you the same thing in multiple ways. And so if you move on, let's get into the facilities themselves. As we look at this, and again, this is all from our 2022 facility master plan. That's a 400+ page document. So just trying to find some pertinent information within that document to show you within the board, to the board. And so in summary, you can see some interesting things. Student capacity in CDE formulas is judged by total classrooms. And so this was an error. It was corrected in the packet, Haley, and so I just don't think the newest document was uploaded. Argonaut has 37 classrooms, not 20. 20 plus 17 is 37. So sorry for the typo. So Argonaut actually has 2 more classrooms than Amador. So in a school capacity sense, they technically could handle more students because you're looking at how many seats do you have available in each classroom. And so that's where there's that disparity. But as we'll see in the upcoming slides, the square footage of so many of the other facilities at Amador are significantly larger. So while Argonaut may have 2 more classrooms than Amador, Amador has 21,000 more indoor square feet than Argonaut. And so this is kind of how it gets broken down. So Haley, if you continue on this, you will see I just categorize these in an area that made sense in my brain. So when you're looking at office space, cafeteria, kitchen, and again, to be clear, that's not the culinary space that students would use. This is the kitchen where our food service staff prepare meals for students to eat, square footage there, and then library. And so you can see the only area at Argonaut that has a higher square footage would be cafeteria. That's the multipurpose room though. So it's not a dedicated cafeteria. Amador's is a dedicated cafeteria of 4,000 square feet. Argonaut's is a multi-purpose room, and so it's used for athletics, drama, and cafeteria space. Okay. If we move on to the next area to look at, science classrooms, right? We know that with science classrooms, you need more space when you're talking about labs and preparation areas. Both in this sense have about 3 science labs that function as science labs, and you can see some of the interesting contrasts in square footage. Argonaut actually has the biggest science lab, but then you also have 2 much smaller science lab. A typical classroom, not even a science lab, is normally 960 to 1,000 square feet. So 2 of our science labs are actually at Argonaut are lower in square footage than you would see just a typical English or math classroom. And then as part of the formulas for figuring out science capacity, you also have to look at storage areas because there are specific regulations around where you store chemicals and everything else that you have to have dedicated storage areas. Those are essentially a wash at both campuses of the square footage of the storage areas for the science. And that's combined. That's not for one particular classroom. At both schools, the storage areas all kind of funnel to the same location. And then when we look at our career technical education facilities, same thing, right? We're gonna, and again, a caveat with drama, right? You see the drama room, Argonaut, technically larger in square footage. Again, that's a multi-purpose room, where at Amador, that's a dedicated drama space. And then I don't have to read all these to you, but you can see you can start to see why Amador has 21,000 square feet more than Argonaut when almost every single one of these spaces is larger to significantly larger than the space at Argonaut. And so then if we continue, this obviously has been brought up by many people, gymnasium size, okay? And so again, I want to be clear with the gymnasium size. That square footage number is not the entire gymnasium building at the two campuses, that is the actual gymnasium space where the basketball and volleyball courts sit and the bleachers sit. That is the square footage. So Amador's is about 3,100 square feet larger. If you're looking at it in the sense of bleachers, they have 3 more rows on each side of bleachers. So a total of 6 more rows, the length of the basketball court at Amador compared to Argonaut. Weight room, same thing. You see the square footage. So at Argonaut, the weight room is actually attached to the multipurpose room. At Amador, the weight room is attached to the gymnasium building. And then you'll see locker rooms. A couple of things that just jump off the page with locker rooms, not just the difference in the two schools. People are going to go, what's going on? Why are the boys' locker rooms so much bigger than the girls' locker rooms? This was at a time when Title IX did not have enforcements on equity when it came to boys and girls athletics, when it came to athletic facilities. And so in Amador in the 1960s, when the gymnasium was built, it was, well, we need more space because of football. And so that's what you see at both of our campuses, is the boys' locker rooms are significantly larger than the girls' locker rooms. And again, that speaks more to the age of the buildings, but I just want to make sure we point that out as well. And so, again, just wanted to give this overview. The facility master plan doesn't give that side-by-side comparison. I did gloss over something I should have mentioned at the beginning. The other big difference between Amador and Argonaut are the number of portables on the campus. So if you noticed in that first slide, of the 35 classrooms at Amador, 26 of them are in permanent buildings. While at Argonaut, only 17 are in permanent buildings, and Argonaut has 20 portable classrooms, while Amador only has 9 portable classrooms. I don't say this to give an opinion yet on if we were to go to this model, which school should be the 10 to 12 high school, but I just think it's important as we navigate these decisions to fully comprehend our facilities and what that looks at like. When you look at projected enrollment, if you do the 7 through 9, 10 through 12th grade model, both schools start to even out pretty closely. I think long-term, you'll see the high school be a little bit smaller than the junior high, and that has more to do with North Star and Independence than anything else. This year, just because the cohort is a little bit larger of our seniors, even when you pull out the Independence and North Star students, the high school would be a little bit larger than the junior high if we were to start next month, which we're not. I don't want anybody running with that. But if we were, that the high school would be a little bit bigger. But I think over time, you'd probably see the high school being about 50 to 100 students less than the junior high. So just all those are factors when it comes to that. You'll see, based on current enrollment, neither school would fit in at the 2 campuses that we have now. If they did, it would be extremely tight if they fit. And so that would, that obviously, if we did nothing facilities-wise, it could be pretty challenging to consolidate in this model. However, we wouldn't have to do necessarily large construction projects to increase the capacity enough to be able to handle the enrollments versus trying to equip one school to handle 1,200 students. You're now trying to equip both schools to be able to comfortably handle 900 students. Any questions?
Hi, Peter?
Yes, I do appreciate, again, the clarity and the transparency and a lot of interesting data, so that's very, very helpful. 2 questions, I suppose. One, first of all, is it, especially considering we're talking about, to some degree, athletic facilities, et cetera, is it fair to say, or am I overstating it, to say that regardless of which school we chose, there are sufficient facilities for a robust and strong 9th grade athletic program?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, when you're talking about 9th grade athletics, that's where it's going to be, we will have some freshman level teams. I don't anticipate us having a lot of freshman level teams. You'll still mostly have JV teams. And so then working out, well, where do they practice? Where do they host games? All of that. No matter which site we pick, you can host athletic events at either facility. They're both of our facilities, and you're not competing, is this Amador or Argonaut? It's the junior high versus the high school, and you can still, you could have a high school athletic event hosted at the junior high, no problem at all.
And the same thing for practices. I don't know if that's an issue for transportation and whatnot, but we have the facilities.
We do.
Okay, secondary question, and perhaps this is, again, oversimplified, but we did have our our cute little artwork in the previous, slide on the previous presentation portion that didn't show the new Consolidated High School, but the proposed building at the Consolidated High School. Would we really need that large of a building if we did the 633 model?
No, nowhere near it. That's a 10 classroom, 2-story building with 4 science labs down below. We would not need a building anywhere near that size if we went to this model.
Okay. Thank you.
Ken?
I guess my question would be, when are we going to start really talking about consolidation, the different plans? Because I could ask a lot of questions about this model, but when are we going to just wrap it all in a bow and make some decisions here? Because I know we'd have to consider, which high school campus was which. I hope that's still on the table as, possible high school at Amador or Argonaut. We aren't set on that. Parking. If we were to choose Amador as the new 10, 11, 12, does our EIR report address that, or do we have to go through the whole process again due to traffic? I just think we owe the public a timeline for when we're going to put this all to bed one way or another.
So again, in June, if you remember, we talked about the EIR being completed in the month of November. And so that has a lot to do with the timeline. However, when it comes to board decisions on a 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 model, an EIR is triggered when you increase the number of classrooms on your campus by 20% or more. If you go with the 7 through 9, 10 through 12 model, if that's the direction we end up heading, then an EIR is not even necessary, nor required. And so then it becomes, well, why did we do the EIR? I get that. EIRs don't expire. So it's still important to complete the EIR no matter which direction we go, because if down the road we do want to expand by that amount, we have an EIR that is already in hand and we could be able to move forward with further projects. So I agree that we have to make decisions, but last board meeting was really the first time we started diving into the 7 through 9, 10 through 12 model. And so my interpretation of just the board comments was starting with providing you with a little bit more information so you could wrap your head around this model before we have to get to making decisions on it, if that makes sense.
So I guess my question there would be, would it be possible to just decide whether or not we want to do consolidation into one high school or the 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12? Can we make that decision sooner than November so that if we decided not to do consolidation into one high school of 9 through 12, we could possibly get this thing moving along, that we might be able to implement this in the following school year, and regardless of cost savings, start giving our kids more opportunities at different classes. Can that timeline, can we make a decision on which route of consolidation we want to go on before November?
I can get you an answer on that, for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Shane?
Well, I think from our last board meeting, as Jared said, this option was, it was briefly brought up a long time ago, but I really think we need to get everything on the table to consider for the public, for our decision. We had our meeting on our fiscal health, and we definitely need to make some hard decisions, as our presenter said. And I think with that, we need to also consider whatever options we have at our disposal, so that we can provide the most opportunities for our students. And that's what we're here for, is trying to provide the best education for our kids. I really like this as an option, and I haven't seen anything that makes me pause that we really should nip this in the bud and push it out of our choices. One thing, I was looking at the pie chart. When you look at student population, we have a huge part of the pie, almost a third of it, at Ione. And I know it'd be maybe kind of like a hybrid, but I think that if we did do a 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, I think we should also consider leaving Ione to what it is currently, where they have the K through 8, or, you know, if it's elementary and a junior high down there, because it is our largest city, largest community, I guess, in the county, so. That was a first. But I think that we need to consider that as an option, because, you know, each one of us is from a different community, but I think we also want to make sure that all our communities thrive. And, you know, I would like Ione to have that at least included as far as consideration, so that we can move forward and make decisions, because as I always say, almost every board meeting, you know, we're looking at costs for facilities that these buildings aren't going to repair themselves. They're not going to maintain themselves. And, you know, not too far down the road, we're going to look at a point where, you know, we could lose opportunities if we don't get our facilities in shape. And also the Peter brought up the class sizes, and I would like to somehow, somewhere down the road soon, get it, what kind of data, as far as what kind of savings it'd be if we brought our class sizes up to what the average would be, or if we're coming up closer to what average classes that Peter mentioned. I think there's opportunities to help not only our students, but also our budget. So I really like this idea, and I think we need to strongly consider this. Thank you.
Okay. James?
I think the idea is pretty interesting, because it's not what we've been looking at, I guess. So it's something new. I don't really have any particular feelings about it right now. You had mentioned that, where did I write it? Not having to do the EIR, and that's because we're not adding classrooms or a certain amount or whatever it was that you had said.
Yeah, the threshold is you're increasing your classroom capacity by 20% or more. That triggers an EIR. I mean, in the last several years, we had special education grants where we built classrooms on campuses, and we didn't have to go through an EIR because we were just adding 1 or 2 classrooms on the campus, and it didn't trigger that.
Are we going to leave out critical things that we shouldn't?
What do you mean by that?
With the EIR process, is there anything in that process that we particularly need? Like, that is, I don't know how to say it. By doing it this way, it would lead some to believe that we're choosing this way because we don't have to do the EIR. That seems shady.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I
So
mean, you can.
Is there any shadiness to it?
I mean, people are going to make an argument how they feel.
But I mean, it's either shady or it isn't.
I have a hard time believing it's shady when I'm saying it in an open public meeting.
For sure.
Right? I mean, I'm not trying to hide anything here. I'm just, these are statements of fact. You increase by 20%, you do an EIR, you don't need an EIR.
Right.
And so we're being forthright with that and talking about it in a public meeting that's being streamed and recorded for all time.
Right.
So but there's a cost directly related to, if you're increasing a campus by more than 20%, how many millions of dollars does that cost you?
Mm-hmm.
Set aside EIR for a second, right? Mm-hmm. If you're gonna build a 2-story, 10-classroom building on a campus, obviously that's gonna be millions and millions of dollars.
Right.
If you only have to put a couple more classrooms on each campus, it's not gonna be near the price tag.
Right.
Right? And so setting aside EIR, that's a dollars and cents when we talk about our finances, that you can create a capacity at these 2 schools to be able to handle those 3 grade levels each without having to build a massive structure.
Right. And I mean, building a massive structure, it's going to require us to maintain it so we don't get where we are today.
That's a great point.
And I mean, if we can't do it with what we got now, are we going to be able to do it with what we're trying to get?
Well, and that's the next part of the conversation is if you go smaller at either campus.
Right.
And let's say we choose to keep the COP, now the COP can be applied to existing buildings on those two campuses to provide improvements there. Like Amador High Gymnasium still has a swamp cooler.
Right.
Ask any volleyball parent, because they're the ones that suffer the most, because volleyball starts in August. Ask any volleyball parent in Amador, like, we can only do so much with a swamp cooler to try to cool that gym, right? And with COVID funds, we ran into multiple DSA issues where we weren't able to convert that gymnasium over. Our other 3 gymnasiums that are 2 junior highs and Argonaut now have air conditioning units. And so, we can look at things like that versus if we stick with the current model, the majority of the 15 million will be used on that 2-story building, right?
What about like the traffic studies and things like that? They would still do that over there?
You don't have to with an EIR, right?
So that would be kind of
Without an EIR, yeah.
That would be one of my concerns, because I remember the gentleman, I think it was in this room, I asked him, I said, something of the sort of like, okay, we may not have to do something, but morally should we? And he ho-hummed and he bum-bummed and he was like, he couldn't answer me straight.
But that's where we can still make decisions on that, because even if we're not required to have an EIR, we'll have one, right? And so we can still use that to inform us on making decisions. We can do things we're not required to do, right? We can decide that's the best decision moving forward, and that provides us with really good information.
Because they have traffic issues themselves over there, I feel like.
There's a lot of traffic issues.
In the county?
In the county.
Right.
I think it's safe to say that, right?
Right.
And anywhere you're near a school, there's traffic issues, right? I mean, schools just, even in, more developed areas, there's still congestion.
For sure.
At pickup and drop-off times, right?
Right. And like I said, this is something different. I'm
Yeah.
not, I think something different is good, because we're not stuck on what we were being force-fed, I feel like. Just as long as I've said it from the beginning, as long as we're choosing to do it right.
Yeah.
So that's all I have right now. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I have a quick follow-up question. Does the current EIR that's already underway, does it include looking at traffic at both schools, considering both schools, both Amador and Argonaut, are being considered for some type of consolidation?
It does, but it's much more detailed and focused on Argonaut, because the current model calls for 1,200 students at the Argonaut campus.
Got it. Thank you.
How many students would be proposed approximately at the high school and the junior high?
So when you go back to that roughly 300 kids per grade level countywide,
So
you're looking at right around 900.
Okay.
As we look at our enrollment over the next several years, when you see all those elementary classes with class sizes in the 200s, now you're looking at those schools potentially being more like in the mid to low 800s over time.
Okay. In regards to traffic studies, I'm just thinking about it, and I'm like, well, if one school is strictly 7, 8, 9, none of them are driving, so that's not a traffic impact. And then if we did have smaller class sizes and we only have 10, 11, 12, some sophomores can drive, but not all, and so you might have a few more increased drivers, but not like an insane amount as it would be, as the previous model proposed, I guess. Just thought.
Yeah, I mean, the 10, 11, 12 school is going to have the same number of student drivers as a 9 through 12 school will have.
Sure.
But you're going to have less traffic at the 10, 11, 12 school compared to 9 through
9
12.
through 12.
Because the freshmen aren't getting dropped off by their parents
Right.
or the bus or whatever, what may have you. So yeah, it does decrease it in when you're comparing those two models.
Okay. I mean, as I kind of said with our first presentation, I think that we need to go through this and be extremely objective. I've thought a lot about this for a while now. People bring it up to me. It crosses my mind frequently. And our job and our goal as a school board is to be fiscally responsible and provide an excellent education, or provide the groundwork for that education to be given to the students in this district, in our county. As it stands, I am not certain that either of those things are happening at this point. And so, I mean, at some point, the rubber has to meet the road and we have to do something. We can't just keep doing the same things over and over again and repeating history. I mean, we're in the same spot, not the exact same spot, but I mean, here we are in 2025, and in 2019, we had our friends here also. I think the only difference was that we had this big, huge influx of cash for COVID, and then we're just right back in the same spot as we were once that was over, or whatever. If you're looking at this report, it says that on paper, we're only using 68% of the capacity of our facilities, which is problematic. We're paying 100% of the facilities, but we're only using less than 3/4 of them. So that's something to consider. In this presentation, I did appreciate having the teacher allocation and the course offerings. I was not here when the previous plan on the school board, when the previous consolidation plan was voted on and presented and all of those things. But I haven't seen those numbers, and so that was interesting and helpful. Same with the square footage and the classroom sizes. Breaking this down in very reasonable way for not only myself, but I think everybody else here, I think is really important. I think that during the last time we talked about consolidation, as James said, it was kind of force-fed and it was rushed and it was not, I don't feel like it was done correctly in any capacity. Whether you like the idea or you don't like the idea, I don't think the process that we went and how that went was appropriate in any way. So it's important to me that whatever decision is made, that it's made in full transparency and that we are not rushing it, but we are moving in, some form. We can't just be like slow walking everything.
And like I said last meeting, and to reiterate Ken's point, I don't want this to go on forever.
Yeah, no, this is like.
I mean, professionally speaking, no one's lived this longer than me, right? And so we have to have, like I said in June,
There has to be
we have to have a solution.
Yes.
And if it's to not consolidate, and that's where we go, then that's where we go. But we have to,
Right.
we got to tie a bow on it, right?
Correct.
Like going back to Ken's point, we can't just keep doing this. When I'm bringing a document back and updating it that I made over 3 years ago, right? It's like, okay, we have to, and that's just reiterating what I said back in June. We just,
Yeah.
one way or another, we just need to make a decision.
We do. The other thing, and somebody else has already brought this up a little bit, I think it might have been Ken, with the COP. I mean, that is right now, it's a huge burden on our budget. It's a huge reason why we have our friends here also. And with that being said, if we did this model, we wouldn't really need this huge ginormous classroom to spend all 16 plus, because I know it's gonna be more expensive than that, $1 million to build that classroom and build out these campuses. So as you had said, we can use COP money if we chose to keep it to upgrade, make these campuses look like nice places to go to school, as well as can we use that money to fix the elementary facilities that also are desperately needing.
So we would need, so our Dan Marucci at Lozano Smith, the legal counsel on this, would need to provide very specific guidance on how we can spend it. They did write it in a way where it's pretty broad as COPs go. My understanding though, and I could be wrong on this, we'll verify, is that it needs to be used though at the schools that are impacted by consolidation. So that would be the Ione Junior High campus and the 2 current high school campuses. But as to what facilities projects on those campuses, it's more open-ended. But we would make sure to give you clear direction from legal counsel on that before the board would vote on any decision on how to spend those funds, if it comes to that.
Okay, and then the last question that I had was, this overview just talked about the high school and the junior high. Would part of this plan still be to move Ione Elementary to the junior high campus, or would that be a later thing to talk about and just keep things status quo?
I think that's a decision we can talk about. You could phase it in and not do it right away. But again, we've had many conversations about the state of Ione Elementary School's facilities and especially when compared to the state of Ione Junior High's facilities. And so looking at that, looking at what Shane referenced, do we want to look at it being a K-8 school and offering 7th and 8th graders the opportunity to stay in Ione if they so choose? We could treat it like open enrollment. You go to the K-8 school, or if you want, you could come up the hill to the consolidated junior high. I mean, that's an option that needs to be explored as well.
We can explore that. I think that we should definitely look at the fiscal implication of that, though, because if we're now saying if the whole purpose is to create better opportunities for the kids and save money, if we're gonna keep a bunch of kids down in Ione anyway, I'm not sure
a
how
fair
much
point. Yeah.
savings that would be. I completely understand the argument for keeping Ione schools open. Don't misconstrue that. However, I think, like I said before, that we need to look at all of this very objectively and what is the most logical and best course for the district and the students that and families that use our district. So, yeah, that's where I'm at with this.
And I don't have anything else to present tonight.
Okay, James. do
I
you
have one
another
more, I
comment?
have one more question. I think it was Shane that had brought this up a while ago. A comparison, kind of like what you just did right now with square footage and stuff. Comparison of savings.
Yes.
Did you, is that? do you
I don't know
remember
who
saying
said that, but either
you?
way, I agree.
I think it was like a comparison of savings from what the heck we're doing now to potentially.
Yeah, I mean, I think, so Robert and his team are working on just the overall costs of running specific facilities, looking at utilities and everything else. And so that's a process where they're working on those numbers. And then we could project what staffing could look like. We've done that before. We did that a few years ago. So we could go back and look at those and improve the presentation of it to say, if we're in the 7 through 9, 10 through 12 model, here's roughly how many English teachers, how many math teachers, how many science teachers we would need in comparison to how many we have now, right? And so then the average teacher salary, and then you look at the savings there, including number of administrators. All those things can be looked at because salary is still a massive expense. So I think looking at that and the general operations to run those facilities would be the two biggest areas to compare just for fiscal implications, if that makes sense to the board.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. And then, like, is there also a way that you could, I don't want to say compare because that just made me kind of chuckle inside because what are we comparing? We're not really maintaining now compared to what we would maintain then, but what would that look like, maintenance wise?
Yeah, I do want to make a comment about maintaining though. We were woefully behind.
For sure.
This board and prior boards have approved hundreds of thousands of dollars of roofing work.
Yes.
Many maintenance projects. But again, we're still behind. We are not as behind in maintenance as we were 2 years ago, 5 years ago. We really aren't. But we still have a long way to go, right? And so I want to make sure that we're clear on that part of that was, if you go back 10 years, we had one district level maintenance staff employee, one.
Oh, well.
And he did an amazing job. How on earth is one human supposed to provide the district level support of maintenance to all these facilities? We have 8 full-time staff now, right? And so that's critical. I mean, we'll have a presentation in August of everything our staff has done this summer. They've been working really hard, right? But when you get that far behind, it takes years and years to catch up. Fewer facilities total, obviously you can accelerate the catch-up, right? But there's still gonna be a lot of work to do, consolidation or not.
And are we going to be able to maintain what we're trying to put together in the future?
Absolutely,
And I'm sure you could find a way to predict it, right?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that when you're talking about this, when I'm envisioning, if we only have one high school and one junior high, they better be a good high school and a good junior high school. I mean, they should be good now, but I mean,
Improved.
Sure.
Great.
They should be improved, they should be great, we should have good sports programs, we should have all the academic offerings, they should look nice, I'm talking fresh paint, all the things that you wanna see when you have a school. A big part of counties and cities also, people are attracted to places that have good schools.
Correct.
And so, I don't want our district to be the reason that people don't come here or don't stay here. That's also important to me. So that's kind of where I'm at with that. Any other questions or comments?
Just one additional comment. I deeply appreciate our collaborative nature of this discussion. I'm grateful that district is even open to creative solutions like that idea of possibly a K-8 in Ione never even remotely occurred to me. I think that's a brilliant possibilities, but then I'm biased because in Manteca Unified, we have 5 high schools and we have 20 K-8 schools. That is our model where they're that way. So I think there's definitely potential there as an option. Perhaps we could do some kind of a attempt with the beginning of the school year to parent survey the people of Ione and see how much interest there is in that potential creative solution. And if given the choice, where would they want to go? Possibly. I'm not sure how much savings there would be with transportation if more people stayed in Ione versus bust up the hill to the junior high. There's lots of factors certainly to consider. But I do want to say I'm deeply grateful that our presentation, our discussion with this began with talking about the potential educationally for helping our students if we choose to adopt this model. I'm excited by the possibilities. I think it is the right way to go, simply for student needs and student growth, which is our primary mission. How are we best educating students? The dollar savings would also be amazing, but I'm grateful for that lens being the priority today.
Okay, with that, then we will bring this back hopefully at the next board meeting with whatever updates or however we want to work that.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, then we are gonna go ahead and move on to our board policy updates. We do have one speaker card for this item though, so I'll go ahead and read the blurb. A person wishing to be heard by the board shall first be recognized by the president and shall then proceed to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on non-agenda items. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. Board consent, the board president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. Ms. Sylvia Sorensen would like to come up.
Hello, members of the board. Good evening. Thanks for allowing the time for me to speak. I stand before you today as a mother and a member of Moms for Liberty. As you know, the Supreme Court has released a decision in Mahmoud versus Tyler, which will affect every school district in the country. The court held that when Montgomery County, Maryland's public schools refused to opt out children out of K-5 curriculum that their parents objected to, it violated the First Amendment's free exercise clause. Justice Alito wrote that mandating our young children to engage with these materials presented as normative and celebratory substantially interfered with parents' rights to raise their children according to their sincerely held beliefs. In effect, the schools crossed a constitutional line by conditioning a public education on acceptance of viewpoints conflicting with their family's faith. What does this mean for our district? First, the school should provide clear advanced notification to parents for any upcoming lessons covering the topics of gender identity, sexuality, or other related themes. Second, parents have the right to opt out their children without penalty or stigma from specific lessons that conflict with their religious convictions, and district policies must be aligned. And I would like parents to know that they can find a sample opt-out letter that they can simply print out and sign at defendingeducation.org. Third, children who opt out should be given meaningful, equivalent educational opportunities, ensuring they don't fall behind while respecting family beliefs. Fourth, teachers will need guidance to handle opt-out sensitively and to implement alternative lessons professionally. This ruling does not ban materials altogether, nor does it restrict academic freedom. Rather, it reinforces parental rights, ensuring families can agree or disagree with specific content presented to their young children. I urge the district to swiftly align its policies with this decision, ensuring transparency, respect, and balance moving forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, so we're now in a new phase of board policy updates. As you know, that was an extremely heavy lift for all of you in May and June as we went through the global policy updates since we had over 500 policies out of date. Those were all approved and brought up to date. But as mentioned in those meetings, every quarter, CSBA recommends updates based on changes in education code, assembly bills, whatever it may be. And so now we're transitioning into what will be the norm moving forward, and that is these are the June 15th quarterly updates. It's not all of them, but our goal now, and we've worked with Cabinet and my administrative assistant Haley in tracking all of these. And so while it appears there's more than in the prior documents, each one of these is a single board policy, where in May and June, when you opened an attachment, it was global, and some of them were hundreds of pages, right? You're not seeing that now with these updates. And so we split it about in half. So we have half tonight as a first reading. These would come back after board input. Next meeting for board approval. We'll have another batch that would be a first reading, and then there would be a board approval at the end of August, and that would keep us up to date with the June quarterly updates. And then September 15th, there will be more updates. We'll take a break at our September board meeting. We won't have any board policy updates. And then we'll come back at it in October, November, and December and do the same thing. And we will do this till the end of time. So I just want to make sure, just to remind you of that overview, since it's been a month since we've met, these board policies cover a variety of different areas of expertise with our various cabinet members. So we're not going to review each one individually. This is a first reading. We're not asking for any approval tonight. And so this is just the board's opportunity to ask any questions or clarifications or give direction based on what they see in these board policies.
Anybody have any questions or comments on our first reading?
I do. Just a couple, and I'm trying to be as brief as I can, but in these 000 series, Board Policy 0441 for artificial intelligence, which is a new policy. It's not something that's existed before. As a teacher who has struggled with these kinds of things myself, I am grateful that we are trying to address this and love that it is focused on being student-centered and ethical and all those lovely things. That's great. My only question is on item 7 and item 8, it talks about professional development and community engagement, that we will do those things. Have you made any plans in that regard yet, or that's upcoming to pick how we're going to pull off that miracle of helping teachers like myself understand AI, let alone the community?
That's a great question. So part of our PD last year around universal design for learning, the very last component was an AI tool that was available after teachers became competent with using their lesson plans and creating UDL, Universal Design for Learning lesson plans. They were then introduced to Ludia, which is the UDL AI version of, I have this student, I teach this lesson, help me make a universal design for learning, and Ludia will help tailor things. Beyond that, right now, we're taking our lead from the state and letting the bigger districts be the groundbreakers on this. Many of the big districts, and possibly yours, are piloting this year Magic School as their AI engine that's student use approved, and teachers are being given training in that. I'm currently waiting if things work the way they will. I'll represent Amador County at the state level on the AI task force. And so our PD plan at this point is to focus on quality first instruction right now. And if I am chosen to be on that task force, then we'll be able to see what is the best going PD and build our plan around that.
That makes sense. Thank you. The second question, and it is not meant to be controversial, I'm just trying to understand, opening up the board policy 5145.7 on sex discrimination and sexual well, that part's been outlined, actually, sexual harassment. It almost seems like the entire policy, if we look at it is, I believe, I'm not sure if the top one or the bottom one that's got all the lovely lines through everything, but one of them, and perhaps it's the draft policy, I'm not sure, but it has, oh my goodness, nearly the entire thing crossed out and brand new stuff. And it does mention in here the in red text, it mentions the item about Title IX and athletic issues and what's been decided concerning the U.S. District Court Tennessee versus Cardona, et cetera. And so I guess I'm just trying to say, I personally could use some clarification in regards to some of those issues, because that particular policy does mention down near the very, very bottom of it, with all of the lovely links to everything else, it mentions, I think it's in the 6,000s, regarding athletic participation. It mentions that briefly, 6145.2 athletic competition, that you can refer to that policy. And if we glance at our existing, because I believe we recently adopted the 6,000 series, right? It says in our existing policy, from our policy manual, 6145, before and after school programs regarding
Peter,
athletics.
can I just pause you for 1 second? We just need to vote on extra time really quickly.
Sure.
Okay, can we just get a motion to extend the time? Let's just do it by an hour, because we're having a whole nother meeting.
I motion to extend time, and I promise to try not to yap too long. I'm getting to a point.
Okay,
Second.
all right, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken? Yes. Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes.
Okay. Anyway, I'm just expressing that I don't fully understand this issue. I know it's a hot button issue. I know there's lots of conflict and controversy on this issue. But our existing adopted policy, 6145, regarding athletic stuff, mentions the only requirement for eligibility is basically grades. And yet, as part of it for before and after school programs, it states that prerequisites for student participation in extracurricular and co-curricular activities shall be limited to those that have demonstrated to be essential to the success of the activity. And that's pretty broad on what that demands, or what, and certainly a lot of viewpoints can be deemed on what makes an activity successful. And there's been controversy regarding, for example, transgender students participating in girls' sports and whether that has potential for risk or injury. And I have no idea whether or how much, to what extent this affects Amador County. I would just love to understand what leadership's view is on how these things are in harmony. On the one hand, a person could say, you're discriminating against me sexually because I'm a trans student, you're not letting me play. I'm just trying to understand the direction our cabinet feels we are going.
Great. So I did a deep dive because I didn't know what Tennessee versus Cardona had said, and spent way more time than I care to admit reading legal briefs and not being a lawyer myself. The best I could summarize it for you is as of that court decision, it reverted all of the Title IX changes that had been made that allowed transgender individuals protected status under Title IX. So it reverted back to the old Title IX rules. So all of the red that we see is actually the August 14th, 2024 decision that came from a previous administration that changed the Title IX protected status. It is removing that language and going back to the original Title IX language. Did that help?
Attempting to summarize my understanding of what you just said. What it seems like you're saying is, if we're using the word revert, that implies that we are attempting to keep girls' sports just for girls, or am I oversimplifying again?
It's most likely politically an oversimplification, but that's how I took it to say it reset the clock on Title IX. The information I read did not directly address sports. And in fact, I just looked back, and our athletic competition, like the blurb, was more about the mascots and derogatory mascots and so forth, and concussion protocols. So I think that in a way it's being danced around, if that makes
Well, certainly CIF is dancing and doing some interesting things, but I'm just trying to understand.
Right. So as far as we know, our guidance from the School Boards Association for the board policy revisions has been to adhere to the letter of the law. The letter of the law said that we are resetting Title IX requirements and protections back to the previous, before August 14th of 2024. which did not specifically have the protections for transgender individuals.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions or comments on these items? Ken, Shane, James? I don't have any. These are just, these are our first reading, so any other questions, we can bring them back before we make a motion on them. Okay, so we are just gonna go ahead and move on to our reports. Peter?
Well, during the summertime, we certainly aren't doing like school visitors, things like that, but I do appreciate that I'm sure is the monumental efforts on behalf of all the employees who work year-round and don't get a break to keep things running and keep things improving and whatnot. I'm grateful for the strong efforts of transparency regarding our fiscal status and what our plans are, and I'm hoping that continues to be an ongoing trend. I too don't want to wait around forever to make a decision, but it does seem that, and I applaud the efforts of Cabinet, who I think you're working very hard to try to be as clear with us as you can be. And despite having a career in education, you know, my lens is very limited. So this is helpful. And so I thank you for the monumental efforts of communicating. And I think that particularly some of the numerical data regarding square footage and class sizes and everything else will be deeply helpful as we try to figure out what to do. So thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Ken?
I'd just like to say that I appreciate the fact that we've gone from this is what you're going to do to this is what we could do. And I think that's a great move forward.
Yes. Thanks. Shane?
Nothing to report.
James?
I have nothing to report.
I don't have a report either. Mr. Critchfield, I skipped you, sorry.
Okay. Just a couple of quick things. One, this was going back all the way back to the consent agenda. The Argonaut High School vice principal position was vacant all last year. We had a director from the district office covering that. I just want to highlight the fact that we hired a vice principal from outside the district, and we're very excited about that hire for Mr. Hess. So I just want to make sure I highlight that. I also want to wish all of our students good luck at FAIR. This is a big week coming up. There's a lot going on. Our ag teachers and our students I can't even wrap my head around how much time they put in. So I wish them all the best, and I hope that it's not 112 like it is most years at FAIR. But again, very exciting what so many of our students have accomplished there. And just want to thank our 12-month employees. There's a lot of them, especially in our maintenance department and others that have been working really hard this summer to prepare our schools so they're ready to go come August.
Okay, great. With that, our next meeting is going to be here on Wednesday, August 6th, 2025. Open session will start at 6:30. We're going to take a quick break after this meeting, and then we will get started with our county meeting, and we are adjourned. All right, we're going to go ahead and call our County Office of Education meeting to order. All of our board members are here. Do we have any deletions or corrections to the agenda?
We do not.
Okay, we don't have any presentations or recognitions, and I don't see anybody here from our employee organizations from SEEK or CSEA 827. I do not have any public comments on non-agenda items, so we will go ahead and move on to the consent agenda. Does anybody have any questions or comments on this? No? Okay, then we would just need a motion.
I'll make the motion that we approve item 8, the consent agenda.
Second,
In the vote, Peter?
yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. We do not have any communications. We'll move on to item 10, action items. 10.1 is going to be the FCMAT health risk assessment.
Perfect. Thank you, board. We're going to have the FCMAT team come up again. Thank you so much.
Well, hello again. It's been a long time since we were last here, so I appreciate you having us back again.
You should have went and had coffee and came back.
Oh, we're experienced at long board meetings. We've had plenty of these in our day, so no problem. All right, so again, because we went through a lot, we spent a lot of time on the background and who we are in our last presentation, we're going to skip right over that for county office and basically just get right to the meat of it. I say that as a person who doesn't eat meat, but I understand the concept.
Right of the tofu of it.
Yeah, we're gonna, we're after the 9 o'clock hour, so you'll have to pardon some of those. Okay, so you'll see here, we'll go right into the FHRA, just some observations again. A lot of it very similar. You guys are a single district, single county, so probably easier for you to understand how similar many of the issues are. There's maybe like 1 or 2 different things that we'll speak to on the County Office of Ed. So we'll go through that and again, end with some next steps. So again, same thing as the district. This report is based and was triggered off of the 24-25 interim report. So again, we're kind of going back in time. Again, focusing on those systems and processes that you have in place or that may need to be created and how to improve those. Again, you guys spoke to it pretty well during the district report. Again, not assigning blame. We're here to identify and highlight those areas of concern. The one caveat with the county office report for this one again is when we reference district activities, it still applies to the county office. Again, similar enough. So anything that says district, just substitute that for County Office of Education. And then again, anything for oversight of the county office, change that to CDE. Okay, so as you're reading through that report, if you go through that one again. All right, so our observations for the County Office of Ed, a lot of the same contributing factors in the district, but slightly different here. Well, not really slightly different. Just 2 key drivers that we found. Again, the rising special education, the contractor costs, and due to those unfilled positions and those increased NPS and agency expenses. And then again, that same excess claims liability for that self-insured health care model. Okay, so again, 2 key things driving that potential deficit spending at the county office level. So the score for the County Office of Education report was actually just about under 41%. This actually decreased. One of the caveats with the County Office of Ed is some of the questions just don't apply. County office, as you guys are aware, are run different than a school district and they have different requirements. And so many of the questions don't apply to county office. So we give it an NA, which essentially is a yes in the way that we score. Okay, so you can see that there is some improvement there in comparison to the 2019 FHRA report. And again, similar to the other report, you can find the comparison in that Appendix A. All right, so our analysis again, this slide will go much quicker than the last one because again, many of these are the same areas of concern as the district. I'm really just gonna highlight the collective bargaining agreements because both the leadership, the budget development, the deficit spending and the fund balance, all the same as the district, the same level of concern. But for the County Office of Ed, as far as the collective bargaining agreements go, the reason why that score was a little bit higher was, again, at the time of second interim and the field work, the district had not, or excuse me, the county office had not yet settled with all of their bargaining groups. I think you were still open for your certificated group, and I know they were meeting actually on the same day that we were doing interviews. And so, again, the way the tool works is that you're scored differently when you're not settled. Also, again, the same level of information that they provide with the pre-settlement analysis, right? As the county office is going through negotiations, what are they looking at and analyzing prior to bringing it to the board? And then, again, same thing as well, because the county office was qualified, they did not submit that public disclosure for collective bargaining agreements, right? Whenever there's an agreement and they're in negotiations, anything that gets a tentative agreement should be given to your oversight agency, which is CDE. Give them 10 days to review and comment on that before the board takes action on any of those agreements. And again, same thing that we recommend with the district. Make sure that those pre-settlement analysis just include those other pieces of information, which actually prep them to get their public disclosure done as soon as everybody agrees upon whatever agreement you guys settle on during negotiations. So it kind of goes hand in hand. And then, so that would be the same. The rest, again, all the same as the district: leadership and stability, budget development, same recommendations and same areas of improvement that the district had. And again, the response to fiscal distress, again, wanted to put this up on the county office board as well. Again, just to remind you, you guys have been living in that left-hand side, having good conversation and actually very collaborative conversations about how you're making decisions moving forward. So again, good characteristics to continue to have. Again, not easy, but I think characteristics that you're showing will help you get there. And same thing here, the only difference as far as your response with your fiscal stabilization plan, we read through that one as well. The only difference here was that recruitment incentive that we saw for the special educators, that you're doing something and being proactive about trying to reduce those costs. We didn't go as deep as we could have in special ed because that's not part of our work. Carolyn's actually here too because she is one of our special ed experts in FICMAT, and so you could go deeper there if you needed to. You have a lot on your plate though, so we understand where your priority and focus is. So just wanted to call that out though, that would be the main difference as far as the actions that we saw you take as far as the county office goes. But again, commending the work that you've done to date and encourage you again to continue that work, again, acknowledging the difficulty of some of the decisions you're going to have to make. But good to see just the discussion and the reminder to stay objective and do what's best for kids, which is why you guys are all here, right? All right, so our last slide. Again, same suggestions that we recommend for the county office as we did the district. Continue to implement that board-approved district fiscal stabilization plan. Again, it should be kind of a living document. If you need to update it as needed, please do so and work with the California Department of Education. Keep them apprised of any changes that you make, and then continue those efforts on your self-insurance, health insurance model phase out, and then continue your efforts. I know you guys have been working hard to fully staff your special education vacant positions. And then again, hopefully again, similar to the district, you guys are so intertwined with how you operate. Using the FHRA, again, prioritize. There's a lot in there. So to work with we recommend working with your administrators to really prioritize key areas, right? That'll help you kind of get the biggest return on investment, right? And some of those are pretty, I don't want to say easy, but they're simple to implement, kind of the collective bargaining stuff, right? You're doing a lot of that pre-settlement analysis work. Add a couple more things to it. The next, if and ever we have to come back, that would lower your risk. And the last note I would say is, at the end of the day, we've also seen districts redo that FHRA a couple years later if they want. You can do your own self-assessment. It's not a tool that only FICMAT can use. Districts can use them as well in county offices. So I would say down the line, give yourself time because you have a lot of work ahead of you guys. But maybe down the line, that's something you consider looking at again and then seeing what areas you've improved on and maybe what areas you can continue to work on. Okay? That's county office. Any questions on that?
Peter?
No questions again, thank you.
Ken?
So I have a question about this whole process.
Yep.
Okay, so our second interim report triggered you to come out and do this evaluation, interview the cabinet. So say we do better, what's the next step? Say we do worse, what's the next step? How does this whole process play out now that we have this document and your opinions and, you know, we're trying to look more prudently at things, but what's the whole process here?
Okay, so the whole process, as a reminder, remember, this is one of the layers of intervention, prevention work that we're doing. So really, we have no authority here today. What we're doing is just providing you the information because you still have local control, right? So if you do better, that's great. Hopefully, you don't ever see us again. While we love coming out to districts and visiting boards, we also know that when we come with a lot of like, hey, we need more than 100 documents. We need 3 days of your district time. We need board time, right? So if you do better, the hope is you don't see us again, unless you ask us to come in, right? If you do worse, that's where it gets, where your local control then becomes questionable. Right, so if you do not meet your reserves and if you start to run out of cash, remember deficit spending, fund balance, ending reserves, all of that connects. The more you deficit spend, the lower your savings, your reserves become, right? And if you're not replenishing them, eventually you run out of cash. When you run out of cash and you become fiscally insolvent, that's then where we have to come in. You run out of options. You can't borrow money, you can't pay it back. Then what happens then is we actually have, I hate to say it, but we do have one single county district that went insolvent this year, the first one ever of the seven agencies that are singles. And so what that means is then you go to the state and you ask for a state loan. With that means you lose local control here. The board no longer has the power to make the same decisions that you're making now. A state administrator comes in, and it's very expensive. You have to take a state loan out. You get the current rate, interest rate, and it's not discounted because we're schools. And on top of that, it comes with a state administrator who makes most of the decisions, which are really to get you more on a fiscal solvency plan, right? So you lose the local control. In addition to that, then we come in and annually we have to do a comprehensive report of which you have to pass, I believe it's 5 different categories: pupil achievement, governance, human resources, obviously your fiscal, and then facilities. And so you have to, we would do an initial report, and then every year after, you have to get to a certain score before a state administrator is able to leave. And that's what I mean by it is not good for kids, it is not good for school districts, it's not good for the local community. Because again, the focus becomes becoming fiscally solvent, and that's what the legislature is looking for. Okay, and that's what happens when it's worse. On top of that, we have to charge you for all the time and effort it takes to come up with that annual comprehensive report. This report, which felt long, I think Inglewood's was over 400 pages, almost $500,000 just for the report. But that's something that's embedded in the code that legislatures created to say, okay, if we're going to loan you money, we need to make sure you're doing your due diligence with those dollars and that you can pay it back. And so that is one of the reasons why we do not promote that at all. I came from a qualified school district in El Dorado County, and I would sit at soccer matches with my kids, and the community would come, and they'd say, let the state take over. And I was like, I don't think you understand what happens when the state takes over. And again, you lose what you have in this room. You lose that collaborative nature. You lose that local control. And we switched to local control because at the end of the day, you guys know your community best. You hire experts to help you make those decisions for your kids. And you have your kids in mind, right, when making your decisions. So that's what happens when it's worse. And you don't want it. That's why we say, yes, they're tough decisions to make, but I tell you, much better than having the state come in and having to borrow money from the state and then pay it back over time. Very expensive.
Back in 2019, one of the results of that, even though our score was better, because our ending fund balances were so low, the district had 144,000 and the county had, I'm never going to forget this number, had $501.76. And so the state, CDE at the time, assigned a fiscal expert to the county office and advisor to the district. And the expert had the authority to prevent the county superintendent from making decisions. Advisor is what it sounds like was just an advisor. It was the same human. Her name was Linda Protine, and she was a retired CBO. But the state assigned her to us, and she was in our district about 1 to 2 days every other week. And she was phenomenal. She taught me a ton. She had been a CBO for like 25 years. And so we didn't run out of money, but we were so close. CDE also has that authority to say, hey, we're this concerned, so we're going to take a step like this prior to the explanation of the worst case scenario as well. So that also could potentially happen in CDE's reviews of our budgets. If they feel like we're not making enough headway, they absolutely could do the same thing again.
Right, and that means, so in that scenario you explained, I forgot, I went to the worst, you're right. In between qualified and needing a state appropriation would be a negative certification.
Correct.
And then your oversight agency, the California Department of Education, has a more authority to come in and have what we call like stay and rescind power, which means they can overturn what this.
Yeah, and we certified as negative on the county and qualified as the district, and then the determination by CDE, which I completely agreed with, was you're so intertwined, even though you have two different superintendents, we have to have somebody in your business for both agencies because one impacts the other so much. And so that can happen as well.
So that's that in between.
So if we're still qualified next year when we turn in our reports, but we're better, will you still come out and do another review because of the successive?
I believe we won't come out, like if it's within the next year, we won't come out.
Okay.
Yeah, and again, I would recommend, like, if you're qualified, you stay qualified. That's being transparent. That's doing exactly what you guys have been doing the past few years. It allows you to give yourselves time to make those tough decisions and prudent decisions that you need to make for your community.
All right. Thank you very much for coming out tonight.
Yeah, good question.
Shane?
No questions, but once again, thank you for your discussion and presentation.
James?
Same, no questions. Thank you, ladies.
Also same, I don't have any other questions, but I appreciate the time. This is a lot. I know that, I think I spoke with you guys when you came out. And so I appreciate the format of this too. It is easy to kind of see some of the things we need to really focus on and look at and take a deeper dive onto those things. So appreciate it.
Yep.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
thank you. Okay, we are gonna go ahead and move on to 10.2, Resolution ACOE 2526, Temporary Interfund Transfer. Mr. Norton.
Perfect, Board. This is a companion item to the district side. This is the county side's resolution for temporary interfund borrowing potentially just from one fund to another if it is necessary for cash flow purposes. At this time, we recommend the board approve the resolution ACOE 2025-26-01, temporary interfund transfer.
Okay, any questions or comments on this?
No.
Okay, then we would just need a motion.
Make a motion that we approve item 10, sorry, Peter, .2, resolution of the temporary interfund transfer.
Second, and no apology necessary.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, we do not have any discussion items. The next would be just our board policy updates, the first reading.
Yeah, this is companion to the district as well, same policies that were on there. So again, if there are any questions, if not, this would just be a first reading and we bring these back next meeting for approval.
Okay, any questions or comments on these?
No.
Okay, then we will go ahead, we have information only, and then we'll move on to board reports unless anybody has any questions on information. Only items?
I just appreciate the attempt at being really clear, and there's a lot of whole redlining going on, especially among the admin team, but I celebrate and applaud the decision to make it clear who's being paid from what and helping us understand that. Don't get too lonely, Mr. Norton, if you're the only big cabinet member, whatever, paid by the county, but I'm grateful for the transparency.
Okay. Any other comments, James?
It was regarding the information. Are we allowed to discuss information-only items?
Yeah, I mean, there's no action that the board can take, but we just provide this.
I would have a question to, my question of the previous meeting. My question was there any pay increases or raises, things like that? And you had said not in that meeting, but in this meeting. Is that typical to, and of course, we don't vote on that stuff as a county board.
I'll just speak to it. It was a restructuring of the CBO position. So CBO can be classified or certificated, and it's been both historically. Obviously, the prior 7 years with me, it was a certificated position. Prior to that, it was classified. It's classified again with Robert. And so we did a little digging because classified typically would work off a 260-day work calendar, then be credited vacation time and all that. It was restructured, so even though Robert is classified, he's structured the same as the other cabinet members, where it's just a positive work calendar. There's no vacation accrued or earned. He works 217 work days like the other cabinet members. So that's the fundamental change.
And that's the only position that this was done to?
Correct, because all the other positions
salary scale.
have been certificated for an extended period of time. Human Resources technically does not have to be certificated. Our last several Human Resources directors have been certificated, but it doesn't have to be. Sadie and Patty's positions in Special Ed and Ed Services have to be certificated. So it just levels the playing field for cabinet and makes it simpler. And then the other big changes were just eliminating administrator positions, many of them that haven't existed in a long time, but they just stayed on that joint salary schedule. And it's just like, get them off. They don't exist because it gives the illusion that we have more administrators, right? When you have these job titles on there, oh, who's the coordinator for this? That we don't have a coordinator. We haven't had one in a long time. So we just got rid of all those as well.
So in the county salary schedules, the only one that changed was the CBO.
Correct.
Thank you.
No problem.
Any other questions?
I have a question. Has the interim title been removed from Robert Norton's title?
Yes, we're still working on just detail. He does a contract with the county superintendent. Yeah, in principle, yes, we're putting pen to paper ASAP.
So he's hanging around?
Yes.
Yes.
I won't speak for him, yes.
I'm not going anywhere.
I was just curious because it seemed like.
No, it's a valid question, kid.
Thank you, that's it.
Please don't leave. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, with that, we'll go on to reports. I won't skip you. Mr. Critchfield, any other reports?
You could have.
I
No
could,
update.
okay. Peter, any further reports?
No, I think I've talked enough tonight.
Okay. Ken?
No comments.
Shane? James?
No, ma'am.
I do not either. Our next meeting is immediately following the district meeting on August 6th, and with that, we are adjourned.